on this day?
In 1949, Mark Knopfler. It's a funny name to say.
Knopfler, actually, is how you pronounce it.
You pronounce the K?
Yeah, it's K-N, so it's Knopfler. Why wouldn't you? There's a K there.
Yeah,
it's Knopfler.
You call it a knife?
Or a knee?
You do.
Songwriter, guitarist, singer with Dire Straits was born.
1985. Brothers in Arms was the album, and that was their first kind of big. That was their first single and their first hit and their biggest hit ever.
And
Well, it wasn't their
they
first
thank
single.
Sting for that.
Didn't they have Sultans of Swing or something before that?
Let's see. It says here.
Money for Nothing was their highest charting.
It was their biggest
song.
hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was thinking
Most
that they had something
commercially
before that.
successful single, peaking at #1 for 3 weeks. Money for Nothing won the Grammy for Best Rock Performance, and maybe it wasn't their first, but it was certainly their biggest song ever. And it's so there's some politically incorrect stuff in there, but
That
it
was
is
removed,
sung.
yeah.
It is sung from the viewpoint of a politically incorrect person. Mm-hmm. A working class yob in England, a guy who's jealous of musicians' success on MTV. Mm-hmm. I'm here installing, color TVs and microwave ovens, and they're up there, shaking
That's
their
not
butts,
work.
and they're up there shaking their butts and making, and they get all the money, and I get nothing. I'm the one who's working.
Well,
in
you
there.
should have learned to play the guitar. You should have learned to play them drums.
That's
and
what
then maybe.
That's what I always thought. Here I am, just being a working class stiff, and
You don't move microwave ovens and TVs. You don't have to lift anything heavy in this job.
No.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
No. His heavy lifting, I've had this discussion with people who, my ex-wife for one, who used to accuse me. I said, no, you don't
that ain't
understand.
working, she said.
Yeah, that's exactly what she said. I had to explain to her the heavy lifting I do is different than the heavy lifting that I used to do.
yeah, it's pretty hard to explain to people that doing 4 hours of this is like doing 8 hours of working in a hardware store, but
It's all hard. It's just different hard.
but it's privileged work. It really is privileged work.
I don't have shoes on right now. Most people have to have shoes on at work.
Well, you're at home too. I mean,
Well, you could be a sharecropper and not wear shoes. But just think of yourself as a sharecropper.
sharecropper.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
a
Deloy
terrible
Hanson's sharecropper is what you are. You're working Deloy's land for a little piece of the profits. That's what
Ain't
you're
my
doing.
land.
Yeah, that's it. We're all essentially Deloy Hanson's sharecroppers.
And
I'm
if we're
wearing
all
a Riel t-shirt today, so I'm...
and if we're all good, we'll get fruit cup.
Fruit cup.
Fruit cup. Those who are not good or those who are late do not get fruit cup.
I'm having a Topo Chico. That's the
I
That's
thought he died yesterday.
no, that was Trini Lopez, Carrie.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Trini Lopez died. Topo Chico is a beverage. 125 years this has been made.
What is it?
Been
exactly?
made or bottled?
Bottled, yeah. I mean, I guess it hasn't been made. It is naturally carbonated water, mineral water. And I really, so like you buy fizzy water. People buy fizzy water. Some fizzy water is, they put the fizzy water, they put the fizzy in it artificially with carbon dioxide, whatever it is. They infuse fizzy into it. This comes out of the mountain in Mexico, naturally fizzy. As there are some waters that do, I forget. There are some other waters that are naturally fizzy. I happen to like Topo Chico. It is the most harsh of the fizzy waters. I mean, it is so, you know what I mean by harsh?
It's got bite?
Yeah, it's so fizzy that it's really, it's just, I mean, every swallow makes you burp.
Oh, great.
and that's a positive to you.
Especially on the radio, yeah. when
Yeah,
you're
in
talking
some
on the
cases
radio,
it is.
yeah.
I mean, I can't always drink it, but right now I need it, and I can burp. I can sort of burp silently usually when I have it. But I discovered it when I was in Mexico. I think it comes from Monterrey or something. And for a while you couldn't get it here. Now Whole Foods has it and some other places. But it means little mole, Topo Chico. Chico is Topo is the mole, and then Chico means cute or little mole.
Why do you want water that's from a little mole?
Well,
Doesn't
Gina, so
sound
okay, so
appetizing.
It's Spanish, it's mole. Okay, all right?
no, I'm a naturally curious person, Gina. So I thought the same thing. Why would you name your water after an animal that's blind? And
What do they know about fizzy water?
well, because the little mole lives in the mountain, deep in the mountain where the water comes from.
so there's mole pee in the water then. That's what I
Perhaps.
get from that.
Maybe that's what gives it its delightful fizz.
Well, I hate to do this to you, Bill, because you love Topo Chico so much.
Mm-hmm.
But I was depressed on Monday, and
You were?
because of everything. But what didn't help and kind of urged on my depression, and I'm going to encourage you to watch the show. It's a docuseries on Netflix called Rotten, and it's all about where your food comes from. And there's bottled water one that will depress you.
Well, bottled water is mostly bunk and hokum, and you shouldn't
Well,
drink it as a general rule.
You shouldn't, yeah. And that's was part of the message of this whole thing, except for yeah.
Did they
Just to-
single out Topo Chico? Because
They
if they
did-
did, I'll
they did
find them
not.
and beat them up.
But they addressed the whole fizzy water thing, and you know how it started with Perrier and blah blah,
Yeah.
and the evolution of bottled water. But it's just depressing.
Yeah.
But why would you watch something that ruins things?
That's an excellent question.
Everything's ruined now. Why would you?
Being naturally curious, Gina.
I seldom drink bottled water because I know exactly the story that it told.
No, there's a whole bunch of it that it's covered in this thing. It's not just the plastic bottles and all of that stuff, but it's corporations control. It's
No, I know people are trying
tons of stuff.
People are trying to control water in the world by bottling it and selling it, and they it's like they turn on a tap somewhere and they put it into bottles and then they sell it to you. They get it for free. They sell it to you, and it's bull crap.
That's
It's
just a part of
absolute
it.
bull.
And that's just a part of it. There are whole tribes in Africa, villages in Africa, who have had their like that I drink your milkshake thing,
Yeah.
who have had their water taken
Yeah.
away.
Yeah,
and
I
these
know.
poor people have to cross busy freeways to get to a dirty river to get their water because Nestle has come in over here and done this thing.
Nestle is the big offender there.
And Gina, don't watch the cocoa bean one, all right? Don't watch
Okay.
that because you may learn something about how your chocolate is essentially enabling
don't-
child slave labor. I'm
I
sorry.
have enough of the sad.
Oh,
I
well, then
don't
here's-
need any
well, then-
more of the
So
sad.
Ladies
turn
and
your back on those poor children.
Gina, ladies and gentlemen, Trini Lopez. He's not
I
dead.
knew what she had done.
There you go.
She left me for another.
That
It's a
helps.
common tale, but true.
He had COVID. That's not happy.
Did he die of the COVID?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I
yeah.
thought he was just old.
No.
No, well, he was old. He was 83 or something like that.
Oh, okay.
His big hit, Lemon Tree, and there were child slaves picking the lemons.
And La Bamba.
Yeah, good old Trina. So we ought to officially begin the program. Give us a call, 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. I was really depressed yesterday, and I will continue to be depressed. The only thing that doesn't depress me, generally, is doing this show. It's 4 hours where I can divert my attention from the real problems of my life
Oh, Bill.
to the problems of other things, to problems in the world. And believe me, I would rather think about the problems in the world than the problems in my life right now. So 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show and just say, hey, Bill, it's going to be okay. It'll be okay. Things will be great.
There, Bill.
Oh, yeah.
Buck up, Billy boy. 877-602-9696. We've got a lot of show to do for you today. We've got Dr. Cobble is going to be on today. We've got Things That Must Go coming up on the show, and plenty of fine entertainment. Don't let this first part of the show be any indication of what's coming up.
This does not count.
No.
this part.
The rest of the show will be wildly entertaining, I promise you. 877-602-9696. Check in now.
X96.
The school supplies many of us take for granted. A new backpack,
Less than a week away from Halloween.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I got to get my comic books together for the trick-or-treaters.
I haven't bought candy yet.
Less than a week, and so we've gone the entire month of October.
I'm going to give insulin this year.
It's expensive. That's
Yeah,
an
I was going to
expensive
say, I'll
treat.
put you in the poorhouse.
That's true.
Entire month of October, and we have yet to have a visit from my very favorite friend of the Radio from Hell show.
Who was that?
Who is that?
Well, Jimmy was just here an hour ago.
I like Jimmy, but he's not my
And
favorite.
He's my favorite.
Hildy's retired.
And I like Hildy, but not my favorite
No?
friend of. Come on, you guys!
Where are we going?
Well, Punk was here on Wednesday and
I
dropped
love
off some
Punk.
toys, but
I
you know,
love punk, but that's not who I'm talking about.
Hmm.
I'm talking about
I don't know who you could be.
Chainsaw Guy.
Who's that? What's that again?
Chainsaw Guy.
But-
Actually, you're usually not here when he's here, so
Well-
maybe you don't know how much I adore.
I do know because, as you know, Chainsaw Guy and I have a very special relationship. I'm the one who introduced him to you, if you'll recall.
It's true.
And I have not
he's
heard
He's
any.
your life coach, right?
He is. He was.
Not
He,
anymore.
he was. Well, when I found out that he was self-certified,
You wanted,
That's when.
that's when I went. Oh well.
you didn't like his advice, and
That's
then you
what did
looked
it.
into it, and
Yeah.
but
I said, where
Because
did
he
you,
thought, if I'm getting this out of a psychology book, screw him.
where did you learn this stuff? I said, did you go to school? He said, no, I'm self-certified. So, but I have not heard anything from him,
well,
and I usually do by this time of year. I mean, he contacts me and said the first thing he always says is, "Hey, how's that cleaning going?"
is that your Chainsaw Guy impression? It's
Yeah.
terrible, by
I
the
know,
way.
I know.
You don't sound anything.
Okay, I won't try to do it again, but he always asks about you right off the bat.
But then I'm putting out a call to Chainsaw Guy. If you're listening, we have less than a week to have you come visit us, or it just won't feel like it'll be like Santa not coming for Christmas.
I heard
it
he
will
was
be
doing
like
a-
the Easter Bunny not coming.
I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy.
Chainsaw Guy podcast?
Yeah, I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy with that.
Well, if he, I hope I know he's a good friend of the program. I know he listens. So a Chainsaw Guy, just going to be really sad if you don't.
Well, if he can't make it to the show, I'll have him call you. And
We could at least offer some advice over the phone.
No,
Yeah.
I want him in here. I need to see him. I need
I
to.
don't need the smell of the exhaust, and you know, and
it's always terrible.
his overalls are always kind of dirty.
and he usually doesn't button them up the right way.
Yes.
There's always something hanging out.
Well, we have four more days of Radio from Hell show where you will have the chance to
Well, I'll
make
if I
good on.
if I find him, what I'll do, and I'll tell him Kerry says that he can come, but only if he agrees to shower.
Well, wash the overalls.
Okay, I'll tell him.
That's
that.
all.
By
He's
your-
supposed to be scary. Dirt is scary. You know how petrified I am of filth?
So you like the fact that he smells so bad?
It's just part of the.
All right.
No?
I don't know.
Okay.
For those who don't know who we're talking about, Chainsaw Guy is the guy in the hockey mask at the end of your haunted house who chases you out with a chainsaw. But he's also a self-certified life coach and a poet.
He has sage advice.
He offers love advice
And relationship advice, and even advice for your future, and job hunting, things like that.
He was having a hard time of it a couple of years ago. He was leaf blower guy for a while.
They took his chainsaw away.
Well, maybe that's part of the problem this year. I don't know.
No, he's got his chainsaw back. I saw him.
Oh, you did?
I'm pretty sure it was him.
Was it at the end of a haunted house?
Yeah.
Well, it probably was.
He kept saying, "Hey,
Oh.
hey, hey,"
Yeah.
and so I thought he was trying to get my attention. So
Katie's getting married. She needs Chainsaw Guy's advice.
That's true. She could use some.
Maybe she needs Chainsaw Guy to officiate the ceremony.
He can. He is registered with the what is it? The Universal Life
Chainsaw Church.
Yeah.
Reverend Chainsaw Guy?
Well, it's Reverend Guy. His first name is Chainsaw.
Oh, that's right.
His first name is
Guy.
Chain.
Yeah.
His middle name is Saw.
I mean, I imagine you're on enough of a close enough relationship that you can call him by his first name.
Okay, but Reverend Guy.
Hey, Chainsaw.
Yeah, people are suggesting that Chainsaw Guy appear on an episode of Remain Seated with Gina Barberi.
My podcast.
Because you like him so much, you should get a hold of him and invite him.
and do
then you
life
can have
advice.
all your Chainsaw Guy fun there, and we don't have to deal with it.
You could do that.
I could.
I'm sure he could provide at least 20 minutes of entertaining banter.
I haven't been able to get you on my podcast, Bill, so maybe I can get Chainsaw Guy.
Well, that's because you've asked me one time, and you said, "Can you come over right now?" And I said, no.
Your check-ins at 877-602-9696. That is, if you have a mind to call us and say, hey, I'm there. I had an email, as a matter of fact, from someone who said they'd moved across the country. I forget where. I was just looking at the email today. Said they're coming back to Utah and can't wait to come back for a visit and check in with the Radio from Hell show. They're going to drive all the way across the country, and then they're going to check in. So the least you could do, sitting there in your living rooms, your homes, whatever it is call us at 877-602-9696 and check in with us. Gina?
Woohoo! Lucky's Auto Credit, 77 cents in a job gets you a car. That's awesome. They'll front the tax, title, license, 77 cents total to drive away today. Apply online at luckysautocredit.com. Woohoo!
Well, here we are. This is the 19th week of broadcasting, doing the show from home. 19th week, 135 days worth of this show. The moon is 42.2% of full. It's a waning crescent moon. The moon will set today at 3:17 p.m. Today being Wednesday. It's the 12th day of August in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2020. And this is the Radio from Hell show here on day 135 of quarantine, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our fine producer in the studio in Salt Lake, producing the show. Kerry, Gina, and I are in our respective homes. And back in Salt Lake in the producer's booth, Skip and Miriam are helping get this show on the road. Today is it's National Middle Child's Day.
Ooh.
Now, I don't know why a middle child, or you're a middle child, Carrie
I
Jackson?
am a middle child. I have an older brother and a younger sister.
And I don't know, but what does it mean to be a middle child other than you have an older and a younger
That's
sibling? What is
all
it?
I thought it was.
But does it put you in any,
There are characteristics that are
like what?
specific. Well, I don't know because I'm an older child. I'm just in charge of things and the responsible one. That's all I know. I don't know what the middle child does.
Yeah, usually I'm the oldest child as well, and usually we're bossy and put in charge of things, and you shove people around and tell them what to do, and then beat them up because they're younger and weaker. If they're younger and weaker than you,
You beat up the
them
middle child. That's what you
that
did.
was
your
certain-
brother beat you up, Carrie?
That was certainly the case, yes.
Yeah.
And
And
then my younger sister beat me up as well. It's true.
That's pathetic.
She was, well, I mean, she may have been younger, but she was bigger.
All right. So anyway, 877-602-9696 if you want to check in with the Radio from Hell show. Now, we missed a very important milestone yesterday. Yesterday, I think it was, or the day before, it was National S'mores Day, and but someone called us to celebrate that, and here it is. We recorded it. Go ahead, Katie.
We're having s'mores today! This is Matthew! From Sandy!
So that was Matthew from Sandy.
Matthew, I am that excited about s'mores
Yes.
when I have them too. I feel the same way.
So thank you, Matthew. I'm glad you called us.
Thank you.
I don't know where did that call come into, Katie? We
There's
have some special thing.
Yeah, there's a thing on the app.
Yeah, so if you download our new app or you get the update, there's a new feature called the open mic feature where you can actually send us a vocalized scene that you want to say.
Well, I'm glad that we've made people aware of that.
So some of our liners have. I know I've read them at my personal times from midnight to 5 a.m. and stuff. And we've gotten a couple, but they don't always pertain to us. But that one was directly meant for us.
Well, we should solicit for people
Yeah.
to leave us more messages on the X96 app, the open mic portion.
Yep, open mic feature.
So it's a way for you to contact us and be anonymous, and
You can add your name to it if you want.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you could really be mean to us if you want.
Probably.
Yeah.
Although, with technology the way it is, we could find you. It's
Yeah.
not a problem.
And if you're a middle child, we'll beat you up.
Absolutely. Let's go to Tobias checking in. Hello, Tobias.
Good morning.
Oh, hello, guys.
What can we do for you, this Tobias?
Just wanted to say hello. It's been a long time since I've heard you guys. I'm just pulling into town now from Oregon, and I'm in Layton right now. So
And how has life been
That'd be
treating
cool.
you?
it's been doing really good. It kind of sucks without you guys around, but you got to make do what you got to do.
I don't, Tobias, I don't know if you just heard, we have an app. You can hear us anywhere.
Oh yeah, I've
Yeah.
got your app, but I'm in the middle of nowhere out in Wyoming. I can't even pick up local stations out there.
Okay. All right.
It's nice. That's why I got such a fast car, so I can get to where I'm going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, welcome
Speaking
back
of
to
which-
town. Well,
All right. That's your radar detector, Tobias. You better slow
slow down.
All right. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
All right. See you later.
Let's quickly go to Scott. Hello, Scott.
Scott.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Scott.
Go ahead.
Hi. Sorry. I just wanted to say, I don't know if you guys have heard the new song by Sammy Brew. I know he's been on your show a couple of times, and he's released a new song that's really awesome.
Oh, yes.
It's called True Believer.
True believer, huh?
I have not heard it. We will we'll dig it up.
Let me look it up here.
Yeah. Check it out.
Sam-
It's awesome.
We had Sammy Brew on. His first radio experience was with us a long
Yeah,
time
and
ago.
this song is pretty awesome. Yeah.
All right, thanks for letting us know, Scott.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see you later. Bye.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Scott.
Okay, see ya. Bye.
All right. Let's, here we go.
Is this it?
Here, let me cue into it.
Well, it might be swear words in it. You know Sammy.
Oh, yeah.
I caught you in and now you think you deserve pain, but I'll tell you, no one's out to get you if you stop holding
Sammy, all right.
Sounds good, Sammy.
His new album, Crash Test Kid, is out now. All right. Nicole, quickly. Let's check in with Nicole.
Hi, Nicole.
Hey, how are you doing?
So.
You've had a lot of check-ins today, so I guess I'll be quick.
Okay.
I'm a middle child.
Yes. Did you get beat up a lot?
Yes.
Yes. Still.
Yes. My older brother was a beast.
Is he better now?
No.
No. He beats you up in different ways now, doesn't he?
Yes. And I know my dad is listening and laughing.
Well, your dad should have stepped in and done something about that, Nicole, don't you think?
Yes.
Well, what's your dad's name?
Ned.
Ned? Ned,
Yeah.
shame on you. Shame on you, Ned, for not protecting that delicate flower, your middle child, Nicole.
It made Nicole tough. It made her the woman she is today.
Well, that's true.
I am super tough. I will say I'm tough.
Okay. All right.
So, I want you to know that we've moved on from quarantine toes to summer toes at spa.
Oh, at the spa.
Oh,
Dry.
at the spa. That's
Yeah.
right. Okay.
It's time for summer toes.
Everyone's wearing flippy floppies.
Okay.
No more quarantoes. Okay.
All right, Nicole.
Thank you, Nicole.
Okay.
Go be
All right,
tough.
We'll see you.
Have a good day.
Rough, tough, cream puff.
Traffic, Gina.
Only one thing to tell you about first thing this morning. Crash 90th South, 13th West in West Jordan. And even that looks like it should be cleared up fairly soon. Do you see anything? Look, is there something there? Well, text us and tell us, and I'll pass it along. 33986 is the text line to do that. Cash for Clunkers is back at National. They've been allocated funds to give you additional $3,500 in trade-in value on your current vehicle, no matter its condition. National in Murray, Sandy, and American Fork.
Okay, we have things that must go and big boy news all in the very next break. X96.
Start your workday at 10 a.m. with a 1-hour non.
Mark Rodson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this morning.
Pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm gonna make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No, it's
and
no, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Not ripped. Inspired
And
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
it's probably so. It's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah,
which was kind of odd, but so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. You just usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones
but
on. I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her. I've seen her dance. She's got the. See, I don't dance. Because
you know better?
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy. I have to be really, really, really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we We've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't
well, and
realize I'm dancing?
sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing it.
And air drum. And
that's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street, and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
And they, and they'd put
The
on
Disco
the wig.
Drippers?
Disco Drippers. There we go. The Disco Drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the Disco Drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the Disco Drippers. I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the Disco Drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I think I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
There's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
Well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them. I think
No,
not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think
Do you?
anyone's gonna. Yeah, because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
Okay, let's. We got things that must go coming up right after this big boy news and opinioendo. Brought to you by
Salt Lake Downtown Farmers Market is now open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Pioneer Park. Recognized as an essential grocery service and economic lifeline for local farmers and producers. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
Well, In the 4th year of her pregnancy, Katy Perry and her fiancé Orlando Bloom have toured 3 sprawling estates as they go house hunting. This is the I believe this is going on 4 years now.
How many sprawling estates have you toured looking for your next?
None. 0.
No sprawling estates?
I've toured sprawl. Is that?
I live in sprawl.
Is that the same?
We'll get to some real news here in a second, but I saw this morning, and it was just fascinating to me. I had never seen this. Back in 1992, John Ritter and Pam Dauber starred in something called Stay Tuned. I had never heard of this.
It was bad.
Well, I watched the trailer for it, and it looked really cool.
It was bad.
I mean, it looked like why didn't I know about this?
I don't know.
They were a married couple in possession of a brand new satellite dish, one that carried 666 channels. Get it? 666.
Dun, dun, dun.
And ultimately, it sucked them into a hellish world called Hellivision. In order to save their souls, they had to survive 24 hours inside twisted versions of iconic television programs. Apparently somebody really liked the idea of that, and they're going to do a series of it. Ian Goldberg of Fear the Walking Dead and Richard Nang, who did The Autopsy of Jane Doe, they're teaming up, and they're going to do a TV series of it, maybe.
Series.
Yeah, do a TV series, which it might be quite well suited for. Do a series of, so it would be parodies of other shows done with a horror twist. I kind of like the idea. And I watched the Pam Dauber, John Ritter trailer for the movie, and it looked like it was kind of fun, kind of just really hokey and fun and bizarre.
I don't know how you get a series out of this, but if you want to remake the movie, that might work. But
might do it. And I'm going to just do this story for one reason. Kate Beckinsale, who is 47, beams as she runs errands with her boyfriend. I'm not doing this because her boyfriend is only 23 years old. I don't care. I'm doing it because her boyfriend's name is Goody Grace. And
Goody Grace?
Goody Grace. And now we move on to real news. In choosing his running mate, Joe Biden has picked Kamala Harris, making history, selecting the first black woman to compete on a major party's presidential ticket, and acknowledging the vital role that black voters will play in his bid to defeat Donald Trump. The 55-year-old first-term senator, who's also of South Asian descent, is one of the party's most prominent figures. She's quickly become a top contender for the number 2 spot after her own White House campaign ended. She will appear with Biden for the first time as his running mate at an event today near his home in Wilmington, Delaware. In announcing his pick, Biden called Kamala Harris a fearless fighter for the little guy and one of the country's finest public servants. She said Biden would unify the American people and build an America that lives up to our ideals. She joins Biden at a moment of unprecedented national crisis. The coronavirus pandemic has claimed the lives of more than 160,000 people in the U.S., far more than the toll experienced in other countries. Business closures, disruptions resulting from the pandemic have caused severe economic problems. Unrest, meanwhile, has emerged across the country as Americans protest racism and police brutality. And Donald Trump told reporters Tuesday he was a bit surprised that Biden had picked Kamala Harris because, she's a nasty woman. She's nasty. She's very nasty.
See, here's the thing. Before Kamala was announced yesterday, I read a tweet that said, "How many hours will it take after the announcement for Trump to call the nominee a nasty woman? How long will it take?" And this person predicted a day.
Oh, not even. Yeah.
I'm like, not even. It was minutes.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because they don't have much else to go on.
No. She was mean to Brett Kavanaugh in the hearing.
She was nasty.
But by being mean, that means,
saying facts.
Saying facts and calling him on things and holding his feet to the fire.
So she's had a pretty quick career. She won her first election in 2003 when she became San Francisco's district attorney. In that post, she created a reentry program for low-level drug offenders. She cracked down on student truancy. She was elected to California's Attorney General post in 2010, first woman and black person to hold that job. She focused on issues including the foreclosure crisis. She declined to defend the state's Proposition 8, which banned same-sex marriage, and then that was later overturned by the Supreme Court. She was elected to the Senate in 2016 and gained attention quickly for her assertive questioning of the Trump administration officials during congressional hearings. She launched her campaign for president in 2019, and her campaign for president didn't do particularly well. It was a crowded field. She didn't manage to.
She dropped out sooner than I thought she would. Actually.
Well, she dropped out pretty quick.
She saw early on that it was, there were so many, qualified candidates that she was like, it's going to be a problem,
In a primary race yesterday, Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota fended off a very well-funded Democratic challenger, primary challenger, ensuring a clean sweep of re-election fights for the group of first-term Democratic Congresswomen of color, known as the Squad, sending a message to Washington about the staying power of the party's new progressive voices. So old-line Democrats, Republicans hate them, AOC and Ilhan Omar and
Tlaib.
Yeah, Tlaib. They don't like him. The Republicans don't like him at all. And old-line moneyed Democrats aren't really crazy about them either. And so Ilhan Omar faced a Democratic challenger who was very well funded. She didn't have nearly as much money, but she was well organized, and people in her district like her a lot. And so she won the primary against her Democratic challenger, and she will probably defeat her Republican challenger in the general election. So let's move on to coronavirus. Dr. Anthony Fauci said, when asked about the Russians having a vaccine for coronavirus, says, I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. The Dr. Fauci
they'll
says,
inject people with things. They'll do that.
He says he hopes, but seriously doubts, that Russia has developed a safe and effective vaccine that's ready for use. Russian President Vladimir Putin announced earlier this week that the country approved of the world's first coronavirus vaccine months before a vaccine is expected to be available globally. Russia's health ministry intends on mass producing the vaccine this coming fall. However, there is a lack of widespread testing to prove the vaccine's safety and effectiveness. Fauci said that while the U.S. has a number of vaccines in development, quote, if we wanted to take the chance of hurting a lot of people or giving them something that doesn't work, we could start doing that, next week if we wanted to. But, hey, that's not the way it works, he said. So I hope, but I haven't heard of any evidence to make me feel that that's the case. I hope the Russians have actually definitively proven that their vaccine is safe and effective.
Yeah,
but I doubt that they've done that.
Yeah, exactly.
Smith's Food King, Smith's Food and Drug, the Food King, issued a recall on a variety, you don't have to listen to this, Gina, on a variety of cheese dips.
Oh yeah, that won't affect me.
Sold in its now. Do members of your family sneak out of the house and buy cheese dips that you may not know about?
What is a cheese dip? Like for potato chips, like that? I don't know. I don't buy these things.
The dips in question, and you're one of them, all in clear plastic containers. were sold between May 16 and August 6, and they might have the salmonella. Out of an abundance of caution, these items have been removed from our store shelves, the grocery store said in a statement. The company has initiated its customer recall notification system that alerts customers who may have purchased recall products through register receipt tape messages and phone calls. I'm trying to see. It doesn't. Oh, here it is. So here are some of the products that might have been recalled, okay?
Okay, all right.
Murray's Chad Smoked Gouda.
Chad smoked?
Murray's Chad's Smoked Gouda. Okay. Murray's Jalapeno Harlesburg Dip. Murray's Bacon Chive Harlesburg Dip. Murray Southwestern Harlesburg Dip.
It's all Murray's cheese? That's the best cheese, too.
Harlesburg Dip, Harlesburg Cheese Spread, Pimento Cheese Dip. There's bunches of them. If you bought some deli dip at Smith's, you may want to...
Why are you buying dip? No one's having parties. You buy dip for parties. They should be not selling dip.
Again, first of all, you claimed you didn't know what dip was. And now you're now you're proposing that you're some damned expert on it being a party food.
Is it not a party food?
You get yourself a bag. You get yourself a bag of chips and a tub of dip, and you go into the corner and cry.
Exactly, AKA therapy. All right,
that's exactly what it is.
Okay, sports, weather, traffic.
Oh, well, so less and less sports is happening. Although it seems like if you're in the SEC, they don't care so much. They're going the Southeastern Conference, the Big 12. No surprise, though, officially yesterday, Pac-12 decided to shut down fall sports after the Big Ten made its announcement a couple of hours earlier, following the decisions of the Mountain West Conference, the Mid-American Conference. They are saying spring ball is what they're hoping for. So, like maybe March, but we'll see. Whether it's the same, you like that? Well, then you should be happy. Like for the next, 2 weeks, you should be thrilled if mid to upper 90s are your thing. If they're not, then I'm sorry, but that's what you're getting. Traffic is very thick northbound SR 36 from Mills Junction to I-80 in Tooele County. Crash southbound I-215 west, 35th south on-ramp in West Valley. Excuse me, the right shoulder's being affected there. And my voice is being affected for some reason. If you see something, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right. Let's get to Things That Must Go, brought to you by...
Drive better, drive the speed limit, 0 fatalities.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are upsetting you. You just can't deal with it anymore. You say to yourself, one more day, one more instance of this, and I'll jump off of a cliff or something. I can't stand it. These are things that must go. And so you say, I know what I'll do. I'll send an email to X96's Radio from Hell Show. And if they read it on the radio, maybe these things will leave my life. And at the very least, these things it'll make me feel better about it. They are things that must go. You send your must goes to radiofromhell@x96.com. I'll begin today. I have just a couple of my own really quickly. A thing from my life that must go is, when you have maybe just a little tiny bit of dry skin somewhere on your nose or just your cheek, or maybe a little fine hair that you haven't plucked out of your, and you all of a sudden you catch sight of it in your vision. You know what I mean? So like
you can't get rid of it.
Yeah, you're reading something and all of a sudden your eyes hyper focus on a little tiny. And you don't know where it is exactly.
I hate that.
What the hell is that? Yeah. And you can't find it and you can't get rid of it. That's got to go. And then the other thing that must go is when you go to the grocery store and then on accident you pick up the 93% lean ground beef instead of the 85% lean
you don't.
ground beef. That's just ruins your day. It ruins your day. This one is from My Name is Marty. Go ahead and use my name. My must go are those damn bicycle riders that are everywhere. Now, I don't inherently have a problem with people out riding bikes and getting exercise and whatever. But my problem is how they ride around in traffic like they're a car. But they don't obey any of the traffic laws, and they never keep up with the traffic, and they're slow and inconsiderate. I drive a very large semi, and these chumps are always in my way. And it makes it very difficult for me to get around them or to do my job because they're slow. And they stay in the middle of the lane, so I can't get around them. If you are a bicycle rider, then you need to act like a human that can easily get hurt by actual vehicles and stay out of traffic. Thank you very much. Good morning, Lords of Morning Radio. You can use my name. First thing that must go, people, my wife, daughter, mother-in-law, who apparently share the same genetic disability, the inability to put lids on the back on the products that they use. I don't know how many times I've picked up a bottle of ranch dressing out of the refrigerator or that jar of peanut butter from the cupboard, and the lid comes off in my hand. I have pretty good reflexes, and I can usually catch the falling bottle before it makes a mess, but not every time. Now I know what you're thinking. Don't pick up the bottle by the lid. A valid argument, for sure. But I try to remember, but I don't always think about it until it's too late. Silly me! Thinking that the lid should have been replaced appropriately after its previous usage. Second thing is, people who don't fully remove the safety seals that come on food packages. The plastic seal under the lids of peanut butter or cottage cheese, etc. Upon opening the product, take off the safety seal, throw it away so somebody else doesn't have to do it. And third, getting laundry detergent into the detergent catcher in our washing machine. I don't know exactly how this can happen because it's never happened to me, but I often find a splatter or dribble of detergent that flows down the front of the washing machine under the detergent catcher into a pool on the floor beneath it. It appears to me that none of the intended detergent actually even made it into the machine at all. Additional must-goes with honorable mention, Trump, COVID-19, racism, discrimination, social inequality, climate change, religious fanaticism. Anyway, thank you for letting me listen. Longtime friend of the program. Terry?
All right. Let's see. I have one for my wife, but I'm going to save it because I don't know if it's a must-go. It's an add-on, so I'm going to save that one. But these are from listeners here. This one from Please Don't Use My Name. This really, really needs to go. The air conditioning in my office building going out during the hottest part of the summer every damn year.
We have that too.
They must work on our floor.
Yeah.
Also needing to go, our agency director and assistant director still thinking COVID-19 is a hoax designed to bring down Trump. Complaining about having to wear a mask and insisting that if you aren't physically in the office, you obviously aren't doing any work. Ugh. Let's see. I still have an alarm clock and don't use my phone. But things that must go. Now, in order to do this must go, I have to say the thing that they want to go. Just so you know. So turn off all of your smart devices for a few seconds while I read this must go. What must go? Carrie saying a few minutes ago, "Hey Google, play something from Spotify," making my Google Home try to start playing something from Spotify. Also must go, the X96 announcer making the same thing happening by saying, "Play X96," meaning that I suddenly have X96 playing twice on my smart speaker. And I know that Carrie didn't do this intentionally. It's just something that happens in this day and age, but I do wish that it would go. And finally, this one from Roman, my thing that must go. It's going to sound repetitive, but this year, 2020, must go. Actually, the past 3. With Trump, the air has been thick and troubling, especially now with the pandemic. It has forced me to up my meds an almost dangerous level just to get through the day. I don't think a lot of people are talking about the repercussions of the constant stress this has thrown on people who are considered expendable. Essential. Especially this with severe depression, trying to keep up a brave front. Sorry for bitching. Thank you, Roman. Gina?
I'll do these quickly. Greetings, sons and daughter of the soil. Recently, I realized my 10-year anniversary at the hospital I've been working at for 10 years and got a special recognition gift. I got a pair of movie tickets. I don't even know if theaters are open, and regardless, I'm not interested in going and sitting in a big COVID box watching a movie with other people. I already reluctantly show up at the COVID Palace, the hospital, to work my shifts. Of all the employers, why would I be getting movie tickets at this time? Sincerely, John. And finally this, dear lords and ladies of radio, things that must go are people who post crazy stuff on Facebook. No one cares that you did your Google research. Masks don't make it harder to breathe. And another thing that must go, the bulk bin open food containers. Some of us are allergic to coconut, and no one is polite enough to not mix everything up in those containers. For some reason, it's the only place you can buy nuts. Not to mention the little kids who think it's confetti, and they throw the coconut everywhere. It's the one thing I pray does not go back to normal. The bulk food bins.
Okay.
That's a problem.
Carrie, obviously you aren't allergic to coconut.
Obviously.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Traffic, Gina.
Crash southbound I-215 West at the 35th South on-ramp in West Valley. That's the right shoulder being affected there. And that's the only crash so far this morning. And nobody sent anything in via text, but perhaps you see something and want to share it. You can text it to us, 33986.
All right. 7 o'clock, KXRK Provo. We will take a break. We will be back. Round one of your boners coming up. Stand by for that. X96.
Technology has evolved to the point where the...
What's that?
The dueling list.
What do you mean a dueling list? I was just gonna do here these 5 health food buzzwords that are misleading.
Misleading buzzwords?
Well, I have 7 reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
Oh, dueling lists.
It's Radio from Hell with another list.
All right.
Because people love a good list. X96.
All right.
If you think your list is so tough, Gina, you go first.
Number 1, reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
All right.
Number 1, breaks the monotony. Nothing damages sex life more than monotony, and experts suggest trying something new whenever people feel their sex life lacks luster. Having sex in a hotel room can help couples overcome their boredom of a regular sex life.
Oh, yeah? Number 1, health food buzzword that's misleading.
Okay.
Lightly sweetened. Light is not an industry-regulated term, so any amount of sugar can be deemed light. One place you can spot this term is on cereal boxes. Lightly sweetened indeed. Lightly sweetened cereal with blueberries, 13 grams of sugar. It's a lie and it's misleading.
Gina?
Open to trying new things. Reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting. When people have sex repeatedly in the same place like their bedroom, they get used to doing things a certain way. But a new place encourages couples to try new things. Having sex in a hotel room can inspire couples to be adventurous. Try new positions. It can make it very exciting.
Oh, yeah? Number 2 health food buzzwords that's misleading. Uncured meat. Cured meats, like bacon and sausage, they've long had a bad rep for containing nitrites, a food preservative that's been linked to cancer. So logic follows that meats labeled uncured wouldn't carry that risk. Well, you're wrong. According to a 2015 Ohio State University study, such labeling, the study concluded, is unusual, confusing, and technically incorrect. That's number 2, uncured meat.
Number 3, reasons why hotel sex is exciting. Free from responsibilities. You don't have to do laundry. There's no dishes to do. The kids aren't there.
Somebody's got to do that. Somebody's got to do that laundry, though.
That's nothing.
Free from responsibility.
Number 3, made with real fruit. That label makes me laugh. It's a sure sign that there's little or no fruit in it at all. And whatever fruit there is processed beyond recognition. To avoid being duped, look at the food's ingredients. They're listed in order by greatest amount to least. Where does real fruit appear in the list? It isn't near the top of the list. That's all I'm saying. That's number 3.
Forbidden can be exciting. According to experts, sometimes a little amount of guilty feeling can make the experience of having sex very exciting. And if you feel guilt having sex in a place outside of the 4 walls of your bedroom, like a hotel room, it can be a very exciting experience.
You know what?
What?
Number 4 on this list, all natural. Just like lightly sweetened, the word natural is an unregulated term, which is why so many companies have overused it. By one company's definition, chocolate hazelnut spread earned the natural label because it was made with real nuts and chocolate, even though it's essentially a jar full of sugar.
What number are we?
This is number 5, and I only have 5, so that's as far as you can go.
So that's it?
Oh, one more. Give me a knockout punch, because I don't think you're winning so far.
Okay. Sex is more enjoyable when you're relaxed.
Ugh.
You can order food to the room.
Well, yeah.
You don't have to leave. It
And
has
then
everything you want.
You can order
there.
food to the room and then have sex with it.
Oh, yeah?
You can't do that at home.
Oh, yeah?
Sex in a hotel
Oh,
is very exciting.
It's a 3 sandwich day.
No help. No help, Carrie.
Sorry.
This is our fight. And mine, here's the knockout punch.
Okay.
5 health food buzzwords that are misleading. Gluten-free. I'm amused by gluten-free on products. Never had any wheat in them to begin with. And that's where gluten comes from.
Oh.
Gluten-free, they put it on things that don't have gluten anyway. Gluten-free, it's just a lie. It doesn't mean that it's healthy either if it's gluten-free.
Well,
oh man.
If you have to ask me to declare a winner, I declare we're all winners because it's dueling lists.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
It's 7:08 right now. We got Boners Round 1, Big Boy News, all coming up. Stand by for that. Dr. Cobble coming up at 7:45. So just as soon as you get done voting for your boner, as soon as you hear us starting the break to award Round 1 of your boners, call then, line up, get your questions ready for Dr. Cobble. Ask him questions about the COVID.
Surely you must have some.
Yeah. Talk to a professional, not a crazy uncle on Facebook. get your information from a doctor. 877-602-9696.
I saw something really good and positive yesterday.
What? I don't believe you, but what?
It's true.
What?
I went to get gas, and
why? Where are you going?
it's
you
the
ain't going
second
nowhere.
time in 6 months I filled up my car. I was getting gas, and there was a truck in front of me. And the truck, on the back of the truck, had a Trump 2020 sticker. And 2 I Heart Beaver stickers. You know, because that's
Beaver,
funny.
Beaver, Utah?
Like you get at the Beaver Valley Chevron.
Oh, okay,
but that's not what you mean. But
what
2
do you
of
mean?
them.
You mean nature's little dam builders? Is that what you mean?
2 of them.
Well, it would have said beavers, right?
Yeah. And because it's funny, see. So I'm sitting there going, okay, let's see what comes out of the truck. What is going to come out of that truck?
Let me guess. A 14-year-old girl.
No.
No? A little person. No? 1,000 clowns. No? I'm still guessing. A kangaroo.
If you just tell him, he'll stop guessing.
A kangaroo.
A man.
Really?
Younger man. Exiting the truck wearing
a full tuxedo.
Mask.
A mask.
Wearing a mask.
Well, that's good.
And I made assumptions about that person before they got out of the truck, and out he come, and I thought, maybe we've turned a corner here.
No. This is just one guy, and he's only wearing the mask because he has to.
He had a skin condition.
But he wasn't like...
He was covering up a skin condition.
I took it as a good sign. Like, maybe, even if he reluctantly is doing it and thinks it's crap, he's still doing it.
I said back in March when we all started to say, well, we've got a quarantine for a couple of months. And everyone said, well, the president's not telling people to wear masks. I said, the president could easily do this passive-aggressively by selling Trump 2020 masks and wearing one once. And that's all it would take. And then his acolytes would all go, oh, we need one. Order one online. And then they would wear it.
I don't care what gets them to wear it. Just that they're wearing it.
Sure.
I just took that as a positive.
Well, good. But Gina, you have to admit, you always look for the positive. If he'd had the mask in his hand, you would have looked at it as a positive, because you would have said,
has one.
or if he'd gotten out of his truck and you'd noticed it hanging on his rearview mirror, you would have said, well, he just forgot to grab it. That's a positive. Or if he'd gotten out of his truck and he'd been just relatively good looking, you would have said, I'll bet he left his mask at home. That's what you would have.
I wouldn't give an ugly person a pass.
Yeah. Or if he'd been relatively good looking, you would have said, I bet he borrowed that truck.
Yeah, he's moving. He's moving.
That's how you always find the positives, even if they're so far down the road.
Because I'm grasping for... So I had those 2 things yesterday. Kamala Harris and the Trump guy wearing a mask. Those were the 2 good things yesterday. So and I'll take it. I'll take as many as I can get.
Well, I'm heading out today to run some errands, so I'm sure I'll see some things that'll bring you back down.
I was out yesterday briefly, and the one thing really bothered me, and I asked Dr. Koppel about it. I had I bring my disposable or my reusable bags, shopping bags.
No, you can't do that anymore.
Well, you can, but you can, but so I have my bag with me. And I just had like 3 items, and I put my items on the conveyor, and I put my bag on the conveyor. And she said, "You can't put your bag on the conveyor." Oh, okay. So I take it off the conveyor, and So I can have the bag, I can hold it, and then when the items, and then I can put it in my own bag. They don't stop you from bringing your own bag into the store. You can have it. But I just think, how big a danger is me putting my bag on the conveyor belt?
Your bag has been in your car and in your house, and I don't know how clean those things are, and I think that it makes perfect. If they're wiping down everything in between every customer,
that's so how big a deal is it that my bag is on the conveyor belt for a second?
That would gross me out. If I was behind you in line and saw you do that, I'd be like, what are you doing? Don't do that. And I don't know what store we're at, because Harmon's won't let you use them at all.
Well,
They
anyway,
say
I
no.
want to ask Dr. Cobble about
Yeah.
that. But it just kind of, I won't go. I'm not going to go to that store anymore, and I won't take my bag anymore. But still, I take my bag into the liquor store, and they never say anything. My wine bag, they don't say anything.
Wine bag.
The old wine bag.
That's what they say. Traffic, Gina, please.
Just a minor fender bender. The on-ramp from 35th South to go southbound I-215. Cars are off to the right and don't seem to be causing any issues, which means things are moving well, as far as I can tell. Are they not moving well where you are? Do you want to share it with everybody? Then text it to us, 33986.
Okay.
Boners round 1 coming up.
Mhm.
Here are the candidates you will be considering. Number 1, the aptly named Young and Dumb Party Company. Boner candidate number 2, well, thankfully he didn't get sick. And number 3, I'm on fire for you, baby.
All right, round 1 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by for all of that. Oh, it's getting, we're going to be doing something really cool next week with the Park City Restaurant Association.
Yeah, this is all having to do with the cocktail contest. Your bartenders, your mixologists up in the Park City area are involved in this big contest. They want you to try their drink creations and then vote for the one you think is the best. So the way to do this is you go to parkcityrestaurants.com. You look at all the various bartenders, mixologists that are involved. You try their drinks, and then you vote for them. Now, you have to be 21 years of age to even vote, obviously, and you only one vote per person. Some bartender, some mixologist in the Park City area is going to win $500, and some voters are also going to win bartenders boxes, a top-shelf cocktail experience delivered right to your door. We'll be telling you more about how Radio from Hell is involved next week, but right now just go to parkcityrestaurants.com and look for the cocktail contest, annual cocktail contest at Park City.
There, you've reached the offices of Carrie and me, Bill, the Radio from Hell guys. And if you have anything to say to us, we're not picking up, so wait for the beep.
All right, punch in the code.
We should change that message.
Yeah, tell it what we want to do. It'll rewind and play back our messages.
Called me.
All right, let's see.
Oh, there's one.
Hello, Bill. It's me, your mother.
My mom.
Now,
Hi, Mom.
you know that I don't mind you staying here at the house with me and your father,
Thanks,
but
Mom.
you've got to stop hiding the cat.
What?
Bill, if you're there, you'd better pick up. Bill?
Are you hiding?
Where did you put that damn cat? You little bastard, where did you hide my cat?
Would you give her back her cat?
Carrie, this is Bill. Now, because you refuse to talk with any of your family or friends about this,
don't
they've
listen to
asked
this one.
me to be their spokesman.
Well,
and because you won't talk to me about it face to face, I'll do it here on the answering
Why?
machine.
I forgot
Carrie,
this.
please, don't have the surgery.
Oh, come on.
Think about it. We're not talking about something that's temporary. This is major surgery.
Don't do
Once you
it.
have this done, you can't go back to the way you were.
This is
It's forever.
nobody's business
Please,
but mine.
If you
all
won't
right?
listen to us, please talk to your therapist about it.
I already
don't
have.
have the surgery.
Would you just
Bye.
look? This is
I'm
none of
sorry
you guys.
that was on the air, but
None of you guys' business.
Hello?
hey, it's my dad.
Bill? It's me,
That's Warren.
Warren.
Yes,
I'm your father.
father. Yeah.
Now, I know I don't talk very much, but I'd like to say that I'm really grateful that you've done something with your mother's
Cat.
I really don't care for that
Cat. He doesn't like the
It's
cat.
always trying to sleep on my face and suck my breath out.
That's true, actually.
What he's eating there? Jeez.
Hello, this is Dr. Stevenson's office calling for Carrie Jackson.
Oh.
Mr. Jackson, I called to tell you that OR has been scheduled for your surgery.
Oh, good.
The operation will be January 23rd. That's a Monday.
Hey, come on,
Report to
Carrie.
hospital check-in at 12 noon.
12 noon.
Surgery is scheduled for 2:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Your
What a
estimated
dope.
hospital recovery time will be about a week,
You're a
depending on
dope.
how fast you
Hey,
heal.
shut up,
If you have
all
any
right?
questions, please call us
You're
here
a
at the
dope
doctor's
to do
office.
it. This is
Thank you.
nobody's business but mine.
Dope
all
to
right?
do it.
Hello, Mr. Allred. This is Bob Appleby, head of product research and development for the Loveco Cosmetics Company.
Are you selling
We'd
cos-
like to thank you for the donation of the fine cat. Thanks to you and your generosity, we'll be able to test a new line of mascara that will at last be safe and non-toxic on human eyes.
You gave the cat?
As a token of our appreciation, we're sending you a year's
What?
supply of Loveco lipsticks in assorted colors and flavors.
You gave
Thanks again for your support.
your mother's cat? A year supply of lipstick. Cool. That's great.
Harry, hi, this is Miss Miller, your psychiatrist.
Oh.
You missed your appointment yesterday,
I
so I
know.
wanted to call you and tell you I think you're making a big mistake.
Told you. Look.
Do not go through with the surgery.
Look. Told ya.
I know your hero is Captain Kirk. I know how much you admire Captain Kirk. But for the love of God, having plastic surgery to make you look like Captain Kirk is psychotic.
Told ya.
Don't have the surgery.
Told ya. You-
Call me at the office as soon as you get this. Thanks.
You people say...
She's a paid professional.
That's all the messages.
I don't think we should do this again.
I think you're right.
Way more contagious than coronavirus.
Really?
Yeah, it spreads much. Coronavirus is pretty contagious, but measles just spreads like wildfire.
Well, and since we're talking about vaccinations, if you go to x96.com/live, in my promise to have a different poster behind me every day while we broadcast from our homes, you probably can't read it.
No.
But this is from 1978. It is a promotional poster from the Center for Disease Control.
Is it about syphilis?
It says, parents of Earth, are your children fully immunized? Make sure you call your doctor or health department today, and may the force be with you. And it's R2 and 3PO.
Oh.
1978 CDC campaign to make sure your kids are immunized.
I like that.
All right. Let's get to round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, It will secure a spot in Boner Dome, and then it will go up against the winner of round 2's voting. We do this again at 8:20 this morning with 3 different candidates. And we take the winner of each round and put them together in Boner Dome at 9:20 this morning is when you will decide Boner of the Day with Boner Fight. So right now, send a champion forward from round 1. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I don't know when you'll get it. Quit bitching about it. Someday, if Katie takes your name down and writes it on a piece of paper.
Are people calling you? Sending you nasty letters?
It's a Boner T-shirt. The box is there. I don't know when we'll open it and give it to you, but we will.
Sounds like people are harassing you about this, Gina. All right, here's Boner candidate number 1. The aptly named Young and Dumb Party Company. A Utah County venue operator or owner is speaking out after a Provo gathering on Friday appeared to have no masks, no social distancing. The party was put on by the company Young and Dumb, co-founded by BYU senior Kawaku L. Mr. L, or Ms. L, I don't know, I think it's Mr., says the party drew in hundreds of people. Based on pictures, few of these people seem to have masks or to be social distancing. The party was held outdoors and inside at Bill's Warehouse.
Not
venue.
you, Bill. Different Bill.
Really? I thought it was my warehouse, Gina. Seemed to me I was there somehow. Bill's Warehouse, the venue owner, Wilford Ford Harris, said he was hesitant to allow any gatherings due to coronavirus. He said the Friday night event turned out to be far different than he had expected. Well, we were told all the right things. I had a permit from the city. He'd been working directly with the city. It was going to be completely gated off. Full security, full staff, everything was going to be mask enforced, socially distanced, Ford Harris said. Well, they were told one thing, but something else entirely happened. Mr. L, the party organizer, estimated between 200 and 300 people attended. But why hold a party like that during a pandemic? Well, if everyone else is opening up and school is going to be open in like a day, we might as well have a party, Mr. L said. Still, Mr. L says he thinks most people view the gathering positively. Well, if people are going to die, they're going to die. I mean, I don't think that they're going to in that way. I think we're going to see the trajectory go. This is a genius word.
Yeah, this guy is
with
real.
here.
Yeah.
Listen to the words Mr. L, Kawaku L is saying. Well, if people are going to die, they're going to die. I don't think they're going to go in that way. I think we're going to see the trajectory go down. And I don't think a lot of people really trust the CDC or the Institute of Health that much. Mr. Harris wondered what repercussions there would be for the organizers. They supposedly did everything that they, quote, unquote, needed to do legally, so how much can the county really do to them? The Provo Police Department says, well, there's not a lot we really can do about people not wearing masks or socially distancing. They said that they weren't aware of any permit, but didn't think that one was required. And that with the city, if it was held at a private venue, they said they did. And the county health department said, well, we don't have any record of a request for a permit being filed. Channel 2, this is where the story is from. They asked Mr. L, did you tell the venue that you had a permit? Well, so we. Now I want to be careful with my language.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this is
we
where
definitely
you say.
had permission from people in Provo City who knew. That's what I'll say.
What? My dad knows a guy?
So it was, go ahead, do it. Do it. I dare you, do it.
I was, oh man. The aptly named Young and Dumb Party Company. Boner candidate number 1. Boner candidate number 2. Well, thankfully he didn't get sick.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming
No,
up
wait.
after.
Why don't we do boner candidate number
I'm
2?
sorry. I thought we did number 2. Sorry, I was reading something.
A dad wrote into Slate's advice column asking if he was in the wrong for being upset that his 9-year-old son's friend's family fed him Indian food without consulting the father first.
So glad you found this one.
Thankfully, he didn't get sick,
Why
the dad
would
wrote.
he get sick?
Because it was lentils and vegetables.
What people eat all over the world every day?
My son Chris is 9. A few weeks ago, we decided to open our bubble to include the family of Neil, Chris's best friend. Both of Neil's parents are doctors, so this seemed like a safe decision. Both parents were born and raised in India, and we let Chris have dinner at their place.
How dare you?
And you know what they did? When we came to pick him up, he said, we had lentils, we had curry, and vegetables that were spiced with things that I didn't know.
But he liked it, and he ate it.
Well, thankfully he didn't get sick. Was this the right thing for those parents to do?
No. What the dad said was, they should have called me and asked before they fed him Indian food.
Yeah.
You can't just feed a child Indian food without asking the parents.
Yeah, well, he's
But why not?
I don't know. I have no idea.
It's like they were teaching him to be a fire eater or something.
Yeah.
It's curry.
Yeah, and he and the kid didn't complain.
He liked it.
And not all curry is spicy. No. I'm sorry, it's just flavorful, delicious stuff.
That's boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I'm on fire for you, baby.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinnuendo, brought to you by
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated stores. Moochie's is offering free delivery or pickup within designated areas. Call your local Moochie's to order.
Bill Cosby has filed another new appeal in his case with the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. His attorneys argue that his trial wasn't fair because it allowed 5 accusers to give decades-old testimony that prejudiced the jury against him. And there's a photo of Mr. Cosby going to court, and he just doesn't look very happy. He doesn't look. I don't know. He looks like he looks pretty unhappy.
He looks like he raped women and got caught and is in prison. Is that what he looks like?
Well, I don't know.
All that kind of checks out.
I don't know. Something's definitely bothering him, and it's on his mind. Maya Rudolph is pretty. She's pretty excited. The fact that Kamala Harris is the vice presidential pick from Joe Biden, because she did a pretty spot on Kamala Harris impression on
She's the fun
Saturday
aunt.
night. Pardon me?
She's the fun aunt. She's a funt. That's the joke with.
Who is Maya Rudolph?
No, Kamala Harris. That's Maya Rudolph's joke about being Kamala Harris. Is she's a funt. She's the fun aunt. I
didn't hear that.
You did. Never mind.
Now that I've heard it, I still don't get it. But
Well, the joke goes further than that.
so, and if it goes further than that, then it explains why it's a joke.
Yes.
Thanks, Gina.
I'm stopping. I'm not going further.
Okay, I'll just do another story here. Kamala Harris, would you like to know where she stands on some of the issues?
Sure.
Health care. She was co-sponsor of Senator Bernie Sanders' Medicare for All Act. In 2019, Harris said she wanted to eliminate private insurance. Later, she clarified that she wanted to get rid of the waste and bureaucracy in private insurance. She kind of walked back a little bit because people were saying, well, a lot of people like their private insurance, and so she walked back from that a little bit. Abortion access. In the U.S., Harris has maintained a 100% rating from the pro-abortion rights group NARAL. And as Attorney General in California, she let Hoag Memorial Hospital Presbyterian stop providing elective abortions when it entered into a partnership with Catholic St. Joseph Healthcare System. And that decision did draw criticism from pro-abortion rights activists. but I think she felt she had no choice to do it based on the law. Coronavirus aid, she has endorsed the idea of monthly stimulus checks to Americans during the pandemic. She is very much in favor of pumping a lot of money into fighting climate change. She has pledged to include members of the LGBTQ community in her cabinet. She now supports the legalization of marijuana at the federal level. As California Attorney General, she oversaw hundreds of marijuana-related convictions, but she now supports federal legalization. She vowed to take executive action on gun control, on guns if elected president. She's been a staunch advocate of stricter gun control laws. People talking about going back to school, and you want to look at Georgia? So Georgia started school August, 2nd? And then they've had to back way down. Georgia schools, serious problems. 9,000 students infected, some ridiculous number like that.
I don't know what they thought was going to happen. Did they think nothing was going to happen? I mean, that's just naive.
Yeah, it's not been 952 quarantined for COVID.
That's still a lot.
9,952. The first letter went out on August 4th, one day after students in Georgia's Cherokee County School District returned to their classrooms for the first day, and they closed down quickly. So now they're saying, well, maybe we can go back to school, but we'll just have classes outside.
That's not. You
mean,
can't
that's better.
do that. Well,
That's
it's better,
better.
but winter is coming. Anyway.
sound
We need
like-
to
you sound
stop
like,
the virus. Yeah, we need to stop the
just
virus spread.
We need to have a concerted national program to stop
National.
the virus. And
Like we were supposed to in March. Everything was supposed to shut down for 2 months, and then it would go away, and then we could go out. But we didn't, and that's not what happened.
It's going to go. New Zealand's
Magically.
been New Zealand's been fairly effective, although they've had now a little bit of a resurgence. But I think part of the reason that they've been effective is that New Zealand has on their payroll, they pay a guy $10,000 a year to be the country's official wizard. They're looking for a new wizard. The old wizard. The old wizard. So New Zealand has an official paid wizard, $10,000 a year. But at age 87, the current black-robed wizard has. He says, "I'm retiring. We're going to have to find a new wizard. And it's $10,000 a year." And so there are a lot of people applying for that job.
Perhaps Gandalf the Plaid will apply. Is it weather traffic?
Well, we need a weather wizard to help us get out of this pattern we're in, because for the foreseeable future, 95 and up is what you're getting for a high. And, clear through Sunday, that's what we have. And no traffic to tell you about, though. Everything seems to be moving around smoothly. If you see something, though, you can text it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I'm on fire for you, baby. Professional stuntman, I don't think this is his real name, Ricky Ash, popped the question while on fire during a decoy photo shoot set up to surprise his girlfriend, Katrina Dobson. In a video on the fiery scene, Ms. Dobson, 48 years old, is seen in her scrubs. She's a nurse. Seen in her scrubs before her now fiancé. He is set afire. He drops to one knee. Now, he's set on fire on purpose. The shocked nurse says, yes, and then he is immediately put out with a fire extinguisher. She called the stunt the perfect proposal.
Is it?
I call it really stupid. I'm on fire for you, baby. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, the aptly named Young and Dumb Party Company. Venue owner said, well, he told me that they had approval to do this party from the Utah County officials, and the Young and Dumb Party Company owner says, well, maybe I had approval. I don't know. 200 or 300 people, not social distancing at this party. Boner candidate number 2, thankfully he didn't get sick. A dad freaking out when he finds that his young son had been fed Indian food by his friend's parents. And Boner candidate number 3, I'm on fire for you, baby.
All right, you've got to decide of these three candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be the winner of round 1, not Boner of the Day, the winner of round 1. We'll get a winner here. We'll send this candidate forward. Then round 2 comes up at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. We get a winner there. We send that winner forward. And then we have both winners, round 1 and round 2. And we put them against each other at 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide Boner of the Day. Right now, you got to pick your champion for round 1. Send it forward, 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the studio in Salt Lake, 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, August 12, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It'll appear. You have until the end of these messages to do so. Vote for round 1. SaltLakeFilmSociety.org or SLFS.org.
Yeah, now look, there's not much time left to help Salt Lake Film Society meet their challenge grant so that they can reopen strong when the time is right. They're just about $10,000 short from their goal. Then they'll have a $400,000 nest egg to reopen when the time is right. So you can donate at slfs.org, help support the Salt Lake Film Society. And when you watch any film online at slfsathome.org, you can add your donation as you buy your movie. And there's lots of good movies playing at slfsathome.org. There's Plan 10 from Outer Space. Trent Harris is available.
An old favorite.
Yeah, and there's a documentary about Cream magazine. There are all kinds of really great films there. Help support the Salt Lake Film Society. Go to slfsathome.org, buy a movie, and add your donation now.
The music starts.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. Today we find our elders roaming a desolate, uncharted, dark, smelly planet, looking for someone or something to convert. It is sometime between breakfast and lunch.
Oh, man, I don't feel so well. I warned you against eating eggs you found in the middle of nowhere on a planet that isn't even on the map. But I was hungry. Besides, they were tasty. Well, if you don't feel well now, you have no one to blame but yourself. Come on, we're falling behind schedule. How can we have a schedule on a planet with nothing on it? We won't know if this planet is uninhabited until we explore some more of it. Come on, let's go. What the flip? Lehigh, help! Ew! George, it looks like your breakfast isn't setting well with you. What the heck is that? Looks like the planet is inhabited after all. Get it off me!
Stand back. I'll take care of it.
Oh, hi, ma'am. Who are you? And why in heaven's name are you pointing what appears to be a flamethrower at my companion?
Name's Ripley. Lieutenant Ripley, and I'm about to torch that little critter before it gets a chance to make a run for it.
Hi, my name is Newt.
Well, it's nice to meet you both. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen. Hi. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We were wondering if you'd ever heard of our church, and if so, if you'd like to learn more.
Enough with the chit-chat. I need to kill that monster before it grows any bigger and has a chance to fight back. Now, Lehigh, wasn't it? If you would just stand back a bit so I can get a clear shot at your friend's chest.
I will do no such thing. All that little critter has done is ruined a perfectly good suit for Mr. Mack, and as long as there's a chance in heck of converting either it or its mother, we would prefer that you leave it be.
Do what you have to do. God knows I will.
Look out, Butch!
Burn, you bastard, burn. Sorry, I meant the alien thing, not your companion.
Butch? You okay? Butch, speak to me.
Is this the end of Butch? Will Lehigh take a shot at converting the alien queen despite the char-broiling of one of her offspring by Lieutenant Ripley? Will Newt get to say anything else in this episode? Tune in next time to hear...
Say, Lehigh, you know, these things aren't half bad cooked, you know. Hey, has anybody got any Tabasco sauce?
In the next titty-twisting episode of Space Elders!
Before we award round one of your boners, now is the time to call to talk to Dr. Cobble, 877-602-9696. Call and line up. Get your questions ready. I know you have questions about COVID. And rather than going to Facebook and having your crazy uncle give you some misinformation, why don't you ask a doctor? It's easy. 877-602-9696.
He might know what those Ruskies are up to.
He might. But right now, let's award, we'll get to Dr. Cobble as soon as we award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a hamburger that was too dry because I accidentally picked up the 93%
No.
Instead of the 85% lean ground beef.
And it's you know, they always have good burgers at Diversion Eatery, Bill.
Yes,
they always have the great ratio of fat to beef in the burger. And it's Wing Wednesday at Diversion Eatery. Get 5 wings for $3.75 with your choice of buffalo, barbecue, garlic jalapeno, or chili sriracha. Located at 535 North 3rd West. See the menu at diversioneatery.com.
Also, Chili Sriracha, one of my favorite cartoon characters. Boner candidate number 1, of course, was the aptly named Young and Dumb Party Company down in Utah County, having their party at Bill's Warehouse and not socially distancing and wearing masks and Mr. L, the organizer of the Young and Dumb Party. So no, I got permission from the county, I think, sort of. I did, really, maybe. Going up against number 2, which was, thankfully he didn't get sick. I let my son go to a friend's house and have dinner, my 9-year-old son, and they fed him Indian food. It was lentils but thankfully he didn't get sick. Going up against number 3, which was, I'm on fire for you, baby. A stuntman who had himself lit on fire as he dropped to one knee and proposed to his girlfriend. Nick won a Boner t-shirt, and the winner was Boner candidate number 2. Thankfully, he didn't get sick.
That's your winner of round 1. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. Depends on how well it does against the winner of round 2's voting. Round 2 coming up in about a half hour from now. 8:20 is when we'll get 3 more, 3 different candidates. You'll pick a winner there. Winner of each round goes forward at 9:20 this morning. You'll decide between those 2 who is Boner of the Day. All right, is this sponsored, Gina?
Let's just dive right in.
All right.
Dr. Michael Cobble is with us now, and he can answer questions, if you have them, about coronavirus, how to keep yourself safe. If you have any, if you're confused about things, 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Ask questions. We might be able to get to text questions as well. 33986. We'll try to keep an eye on those. Do we have any phone calls at this point?
Not at this point.
So
wait, we do have one.
Okay, you want to go there right now?
Should we start with, 877-602-9696 to ask your questions of Dr. Cobble. Let's start with Nathan. Go ahead, Nathan.
Yes, thank you, guys. I am traveling to Colorado at the end of next week to go to an outdoor wedding in rural Colorado. And since I work in West Valley City, I'm trying to get a COVID test before I go, just to make sure I don't spread it to this small wedding in Colorado. And my healthcare provider says they will not do a COVID test unless I have symptoms. So is there, some way I can get a test? Or?
Dr. Cobble, first of all, did you hear the question okay, Dr. Cobble?
I did, yeah, going to a rural wedding in Colorado, and his doctor won't do a COVID test.
Yeah, so should he get tested? Should Nathan get tested? Is that necessary? Is that a good idea? And if so, where should he get one?
Yeah, I think if you're going to be in a crowd and you're worried about spreading it yourself, depending on what your risk factors are, the work environment and the people you're around, I think it's reasonable to test yourself before you go. I think with that being said, the test positive rate in Utah has dropped from 10% down to 9%, although Utah did say that we're testing fewer people this week.
Mm-hmm.
But that would mean that at least 1 in 10 people have the infection. And if you're in a crowd of more than 10 people, 1 of you is infected. Colorado's rates are a little bit higher. So I think, you can get tested at our office if you want to. You should be able to go to the emergency room or urgent care and get tested. I don't know why your doctor won't test you, but I think the big
I've heard,
thing
Dr.
is that,
Cobble, there's been a lot of talk in the news about how lots of testing places won't test unless you're symptomatic. Is that not something that you've seen?
Well, the one thing, sometimes they'll turn you away, but it's easy to say you've had a fever or you have fatigue or shortness of breath or
Yeah, Nathan,
muscle
lie.
aches or...
Just lie, Nathan. That's what I think.
I did think about.
It's just crazy. Everyone should be tested when 25% of people are asymptomatic.
Exactly.
And you're basically saying that a quarter of people walking around with this and don't know it. And again, if they work in a high-risk environment or they live in a high-risk environment, they need to know they've got it before they go out and spread it to 10 other people.
And that's I'm getting more of these questions. Can anyone get a test at a private doctor's office, even if they've been refused one by a testing site? I would think if they could call you or their private doctor, they should be able to get a test, I would think.
Yeah, we offer it to anybody. I mean, I think people need to know if they have this, they can protect themselves and the other people they're around. And I think you've got to be just really careful.
How about that, Nathan?
Dr. Cobble, so do I need to call for an appointment at your place? And are you the one on like 98th
you can just call our
Park and
office. I
Sandy?
think
Is that you guys?
Bill and Carrie and Gina can give our number, or you can Google us.
Yeah, you're just there in Sandy.
Dr.
Okay.
Michael Cobble, you'll find it in Sandy.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan.
Yeah, actually, Dr. Cobble, let me ask you this. I'm actually seeing Dr. Cobble today for just a general checkup. Am I going to get a coronavirus test as well?
If you want one, you'll definitely get a prostate exam.
Well, good.
That's what you signed up for, isn't it? I didn't even know you were coming in.
Yeah, that's the main reason I'm coming in. So get the
But
prostate.
you had one a month ago, Bill. You don't have to have one.
Okay,
once a month.
okay.
Bill comes in every month for one. I told him once a year was plenty, but
no.
Real quick here, we will take some more phone calls, 877-602-9696, but I'm getting a lot of these now. I read a few months ago about Disney World opening, and in Disney World they had the mask policy, but they also said we're not allowing neck gaiters. Now, I've seen this a lot, and like I said, this was a month ago at Disney World, and now I'm starting to see more and more articles about how neck gaiters don't help.
Not much.
Is that correct?
yeah, I think a neck gaiter. I tried that for the first week or two in March, and I was like, oh my gosh, this doesn't provide any protection, and it's sloppy inside, and you pull it all over your face. It's just a mess. You got to go with a mask.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, not the best.
Not the best for the neck gaiter. So, something to be aware of. All right, we've got some more phone calls lined up. Allison, hang on the line, and we'll be right with you. 877-602-9696. You have questions for a doctor. Not your crazy uncle on Facebook. A doctor will answer your questions about COVID. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, it's been a pretty light morning so far. Let me check and see if we've had any new accidents pop up. Nope, it is. I see green cameras all up and down the Wasatch Front. No accidents being reported there. And you can report one if you see it. Text it to us, 33986.
All right. 7:57, KXRK Provo. We'll be back with Dr. Cobble. Stand by for that. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
I've had the laser correction, got rid of my glasses and contacts and or contact lenses years ago. Carrie, same thing.
Yeah, terrific. I love it.
Dr. Hoops at Hoops Vision. And it's really such a simple process. Years ago, it used to be much more difficult. But now it's all done with lasers, no blades or anything like that. There are people who need different procedures, but most people can just have it completely done with the lasers, and then it improves your vision to 20/20 and sometimes even better than 20/20. Right now, Hoops Vision is offering their Take That 20/20, meaning the year 2020, special pricing. Call them. Find out what it's all about and get a free, no-obligation appointment at Hoops Vision. Get rid of your contacts and your glasses here in the year 2020. 877-30-LASIK. That's 877-305-2745 or book online at hoopsvision.com.
I have a 7-year-old, so
exactly,
who's starting competition soccer.
Say goodbye to the rest of your weekends for the rest of your life.
That's what I'm saying. It all starts tomorrow. They have a tournament tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
They have a game at 11. No, they have a game at 2. They have a game at 7. Mm-hmm. Friday they have a game at 11, and we're going to be up at Snowbird. So somehow I have to get from Snowbird to. This is going to be. This is my life now.
I would suggest using your car. I think you would use your car.
Let me ask you a question. Was it his idea to play
yes.
soccer?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Because that's when you need to have the talk with him and say, look, okay, I understand you want to play soccer, but guess what? Mommy is saying goodbye to her weekends now because of this.
It's a huge commitment. It's expensive.
Here's what you do.
And it's a huge commitment.
I'm sure if you search around, you know how you have found a person to do almost everything for you. Rather than clean up the dog crap in your yard, you have found a person who will do that for you. Rather than deal with the lice problem yourself, you found the lice lady. Yeah. I'll bet you anything there is a person out there who will go to the soccer games for you.
But I like to go to.
Then quit bitching about it.
No, I'm just saying it begins, and Carrie's absolutely right.
Yeah.
It is.
This isn't just you playing soccer here. You need to know this, kid. This is about me taking you, transporting you, and the other two,
And it starts small when, they're 7, but pretty soon it's out-of-state tournaments.
Yeah.
Multiple times a year.
Mm-hmm.
It's a huge...
Which is really kind of ridiculous if you think about it. Out-of-state tournaments, really?
Yep.
For 7-year-olds. Yeah.
Exactly.
Here's how people catch the bird flu. By close contact with birds or bird droppings. Some people have caught bird flu by cleaning or pluck. Did you pluck any birds
I
while
didn't
you were
pluck
on vacation?
anything.
There was no plucking going on in the
No.
trailer? I guess it is kind of close quarters, the kids can hear.
There's no plucking in the trailer.
Mom, what are you doing?
I'm plucking a chicken.
Your dad and I are plucking a chicken.
Keep plucking that chicken. Isn't that what they said?
Yeah,
Keep plucking that chicken.
It is also possible that some people were infected after swimming or bathing in water contaminated with the droppings of infected birds. And some, here it is. You've handled a fighting cock.
That's it.
That was it.
That's it.
You handled a fighting cock.
I have to admit, I've handled a fighting
You handled a fighting cock. There have been a few cases where one infected person caught the bird flu virus from another person, but it never has happened. It does not happen by eating infected animals.
But I knew it was living amongst. It's not the mosquito bite, but it's living amongst them.
And it happens a lot in Egypt.
Our attorney Ed Brass sounds like your DNA dad is Marty Feldman because of your eye drooping and oozing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've got another person who is saying, out-of-state tournaments? This is Gina's way of telling you that she'll be taking time off.
Oh, I see.
Not yet.
This is her way of telling us
This one
now.
is just here.
And then it'll get announced on a Thursday.
Yeah. By the way, I'll be gone tomorrow.
Yeah. Yep.
Because...
And then she'll say, I told you that this would happen.
Because her husband can't possibly take the time off to go to the out-of-state tournament.
No.
But you can. Because this job isn't.
He has a real job.
Yeah, this isn't.
This isn't a real job.
No, not to you. It isn't. And certainly the way we treat.
Why should it be?
No, we're going to create a rent-a-mom business. I think this is a great idea here.
Because you see, if you're guilty in Russia, they take you to the roof and push you off.
Throw you off a roof,
the roof.
yeah.
Okay. All right, it's back with Dr. Cobble here on the Radio from Hell show, 877-602-9696. If you have a question about coronavirus for Dr. Cobble, please call us. I think the lines are full, so let's just go to the phone.
Let's start with Allison. Hello, Allison.
Hey, guys. It's a good friend of the program, Allison Sabo. How are you?
Hi there.
Well, thank you. What's your question?
So, Dr. Cobble, I am treated at the VA, and all I have heard from the VA is unless we're symptomatic, we can't go up there for a test. But I'm going to end up being a primary caregiver for my father for a week. He's having surgery, and he and his wife are both like high risk. They both have diabetes, and they're in their 60s, and so I want to know if you've heard anything about getting tested at the VA, or if they're willing to let us go to civilian providers.
Yeah, you can go anywhere you want to get tested. If your dad's having surgery, they would test him pre-operatively, 2 or 3 days beforehand. That's the traditional, what we've been doing. The VA is going to be very conservative, so they probably are not offering COVID tests unless somebody comes in really sick. I think, again, depending on your environment, if it's a high-risk work environment or you socialize a lot with people, you should get tested if you're going to spend a week or 10 days with them. If no one else will test you, like I said, we'll be happy to. Most states require you to get testing within 72 hours of traveling. So a lot of people have to get tested whether they're symptomatic or not if they're going to travel for work or go outside of Utah or, or they have to quarantine for 14 days. So, again, I think if you're really low risk and you haven't been around anyone that a work environment, social environment that's at risk, then you're probably not high risk taking care of your parents and getting tested. Great question.
Okay. All right, cool. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Steph suggests you go to the University of Utah Clinic and Sugar House. Quick turnaround, and they test everyone, not just those with U Health insurance. There you go.
Yeah, most clinics should be doing it. Yeah.
Let's go to Jeff. Hello, Jeff.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. My question is asking for an opinion. I understand that they have a relatively fast and simple at-home test in front of the FDA approval. It's similar to a diabetes test, gives results in 10 seconds, but one of the hang-ups that they have is that the FDA is requiring, it's the reporting requirements. And I'm wondering what your thoughts and opinions are at this point. Is it more important to get, this testing ability out to everybody at home so we can test our kids before they go to school once a week or even daily, or is the reporting requirement more important at this point? Just wondering your opinion on that.
Yeah, I think that's frustrating. It's a little bit of politics and administrative, regulatory things. The two at-home tests that will be available are the rapid test you're talking about, which is just an antigen test measuring a protein that could be on the virus. There's a lot of cross-reactivity with that. So that test can have between 10 and 40% false positive, false negatives. So that test is kind of like flipping a coin. It's kind of a quickie test. If it's positive, then you obviously need to get a better test. The other at-home test that will be available is the same one you get the nasal swab at the doctor's office, and that's a polymerase chain reaction, or PCR test, and that's measuring the RNA in the virus. They convert it to DNA in the lab, and then they're measuring whether you have the infection, and that test is 100% accurate. So the test that takes a day or two to come back, that one you'd have to collect and mail in, or you'd have to get a saliva sample, spit it in, mail it in. You wouldn't get the results back. It's a 24-hour mail-in, but you wouldn't get the results back for 3 or 4 days. But that's the more accurate test. And I don't have a good answer for you because, again, that quick at-home test, if it's wrong 30% of the time, then it's a little frustrating because then it gives you some anxiety about whether you need to go down to the clinic and get a real test, a more accurate test.
So the reporting aspect of it is, so what? It's negligible.
Yeah, I think that's frustrating. Nobody's doing contact tracing anyway, which is sad, and I think the reporting aspect, it's just like reporting STDs or other infectious disease, and we're trying to track you.
It is just so frustrating and sad. There should be an army of contact tracers
Yes.
Marshaled throughout the country, and people testing and then tracing. And it's just
That's how they've gotten that under control, or at least a better handle on it in some other countries, is they've been really good at... What are the 3 C's, Dr. Cobble?
The 3 C's?
Remember you said the other is contact tracing...
Yeah, and then avoiding crowds, and then face cover crowds. And But I know the 3 R's. I think I'm going to have to ask the kids. They may have forgotten that.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks
if I teach my kids the 3 R's, they're going to say, those don't start with R, Dad.
Yeah.
One starts with an A, and one starts with a W.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. We got another call, and I know I didn't hear it correctly, but I heard Magda. I don't think that's Amanda. Okay.
Amanda.
All right,
Hi, Amanda.
Amanda.
What's your question?
Hi, sorry, let me shut my radio off. That's kind of weird. So I had, back in March, I was having pretty much all the symptoms except for the fever. So I'd gone in to get checked, and they said to just treat it as if they didn't give me a test because they wanted to save it for the people that were in the hospital.
Boy,
So
Amanda,
treat it
we're
as if
having...
I had
Amanda?
You got to speak into the phone.
Scott, we're having a really hard time hearing you. Start again and speak right into the phone.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
That's better. There we go.
Okay, sorry, I had my Bluetooth on. So
Yeah.
back in March, I went in because I was having pretty much all the symptoms except for the fever. So they said to treat it as if I had COVID, which I did. Everything except, so the cough went away. A couple nights ago, I ended up going into the ER because I was having difficulty breathing at nighttime with a cough, no fever. They did a whole bunch of tests, except for they didn't test for COVID, which I'm kind of surprised. They told me that I can go into these stations to go get a test done, but when I went to go do that, I was told, since I didn't have a fever, that they wanted to test it because I hadn't reached all the, I guess, the points of what you need to get tested. My question is, I mean, to have a cough since March and then the breathing problems, is that something that I need to enforce them to get me tested?
Should you demand a test? Is that what you're asking? Should you demand?
Yes, I mean, because I got 4 kids and stuff, and it's just weird. I've never had a cough for that long before. Then the breathing problems. I'm only 33, so I don't. I shouldn't be having-
Yeah, I mean, I think that's funny that the provider you saw, or the emergency room, urgent care, wouldn't do the testing. If you have any one symptom, it's reasonable to test you. And again, if I were seeing you, I would test you both for the antibody to see if you had a prior exposure 10 days or longer ago. So I do the serum antibody test, and then I would do the acute infectious test, the nasal or oral swab, and see if you're actively infected or you had a prior infection. But I think the other thing is, could this be allergic bronchitis? Could it be asthmatic bronchitis? Could it be reflux, acid bronchitis? There's so many other things that can make you cough. And, I'd have to go through a whole, question and do a better evaluation, maybe pulmonary function testing, a chest x-ray, et cetera, and ask about heartburn, those things. And again, I think because COVID is so common out now, I think it's reasonable to get tested for that. But I would say the chance of you having COVID is 5 to 10%, where the chance of you having something else is the other 95%.
Demand your rights, Amanda. Demand your rights. That's what I'm saying.
Demand my rights.
Yeah.
I mean,
all right?
so I should be able to walk into a clinic even and just say, hey, this is the symptoms. I would like to get tested for this.
Go, try it.
Okay.
All
right.
All this makes me question our testing
Goodbye, Amanda.
numbers,
See you later.
because I feel like things are arbitrary, and depending on where you go and who you talk to is whether you get tested or not. And that doesn't seem like why aren't we just testing everybody that wants a test? I would think more information the better.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think anyone that is suspicious or thinks it's possible they have this, they should get tested. Again, when 25% of people could be asymptomatic, those people are wandering around spreading it, and then you have these people that call you in. They may have one symptom or be traveling, and they don't want to spread it through, the wedding environment, but they're being refused testing. That's just crazy.
Yeah, I don't
It's never
get
going
it.
to end.
Yeah. Don't get
Agreed.
it. All right, Dr. Caldwell, thanks for your expertise, and we'll talk to you next week. Please stay safe.
Okay, thanks, you guys. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
very much.
Bye-bye.
All right, thank you, Doctor. All right, let's go to traffic, Gina, please.
Friend of the program says tire blowout on the freeway about 53rd South slowed traffic down for a bit, and the tire fell into the HOV lane. Thank you for sending that in via text at 33986, because it's the only traffic I have to tell you about, so I'm relying on you to let me know what you see out there on the roads. That's traffic.
All right.
Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Boner candidate number 1. You tell him, Alyssa. Boner candidate number 2. We're going to kick that bee out of Congress. And boner candidate number 3. I guess he couldn't resist.
Okay, round 2 of your boners. Big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Brooklinen.com is the website, and the promo code to use is my last name, Jackson. Very easy. And you've heard me talk about Brooklinen before, home of the Internet's favorite sheets, and certainly our family's favorite sheets. But their towels are also amazing. You know, it kind of gives your daily routine a little something extra. Varying levels of plushness you can choose on their website. The towel of your dreams, it's waiting to wrap you up. And with all this extra time I've been spending at home, it's nice to invest a little extra softness and absorbency into this. So go onto their website, take a look at their towels. You're going to find, their different colors and plushness and all of that. You decide. Brooklinen, the perfect place to find all the comforts for home, including ultra-soft towels. They're so confident in their product that everything comes with a lifetime warranty. So use the promo code Jackson, my last name, for 10% off of your first order at brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com. And the promo code Jackson, JACKSON. Brooklinen, everything you need to live your most comfortable life. Let me just throw you a really quick story from New York. We stayed at the Grand Hyatt, which was in near Grand Central Station.
It sounds grand.
It was very nice.
There's the regular Hyatt and then the Grand.
The Grand Hyatt. First of all, there once again, my big complaint with hotels, no exhaust fan in the bathroom. I hate that.
You know, I had an electrician working on my house the other day. You know what they refer to those as?
What?
The fart fan.
Exactly.
Nice.
Exactly.
Is that what you need it for?
Said I forgot to bring you the fart fan. We'll bring that by and put the.
And here's why it would have helped on this trip. Okay? So my lovely wife, Sue, who's just a dainty flower, she yelled at me, "Hey, the shower drain, the bathtub drain is clogged. I can't get it to drain." So, you know, as we're showering, it's like filling up with dirty water. I said, well, let me call down to the front desk and we'll get a maintenance guy up here to drain it.
Okay.
So after the showers are taken, Sue needs to go in and relieve herself.
I didn't think
take
she
a
did.
dump.
Yes,
okay.
take a dump.
All right.
And that's my dainty flower, my lovely wife Sue. Man, she stunk up the place.
Okay.
You know, because when you travel, it's you're
rich.
I'm sure she appreciates
a lot of
you
rich. Well,
discussing
she really bad. And again, there's no fart fan.
It was an eye burner.
Yeah, it was an eye burner, exactly. And again, no fart fan. So what happens is that she's still in there finishing up, and maintenance guy at the door. Right?
Oh no, it's so embarrassing.
It's so embarrassing.
That's so embarrassing.
So I said, yeah, there's a clogged. I opened the door, clogged drain in the tub, and he tries to move toward me like I'm going to go in. I said, no, she's in there.
You really don't want to go in there.
I said,
Just
she's
say,
in
can
there.
you come back and?
Well, I'd already put him off a half hour so we could shower.
Why don't you sit down and have a drink?
I should have done that.
Yeah.
I should have done that because we had some nice vodka in the room.
Would you care for something from the mini bar?
So
it's on me.
So then Sue comes out. He goes in, and I hear. Ah! It went like this. You know, that Krusty the Clown kind of. And he's in there working, and then I hear, "It's all yours." and the front door slam.
He's out.
He didn't bother to say, here's what happened, or anything. It's all yours. Out the door.
That would be a horrible job. He's got to do that all day.
Well, at least you didn't hear, I'm blind!
That's what I thought I might hear. Because I'll be honest with you, man.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
It was awful.
Yeah.
I'm sure she appreciates this conversation.
Did you clear that story with her?
Honestly? Guess I should have.
Yeah.
You didn't? You didn't? See, if I were going to tell a story like that about my wife,
you'd clear it?
I would. Mm-hmm. I would say, do you mind if?
Uh-oh. And I just wouldn't.
And my guess is she would say, I'd rather you didn't. And then I wouldn't. But
did you get texted?
Yeah.
Are you in trouble?
Once again, I'm jealous?
Huh?
How am I jealous? It did not smell that bad, and he made no sigh. Hon, you didn't hear the sigh. I'm sorry. You didn't hear the sigh. It was audible.
Maybe that was just he was letting all of his breath out so that he could hold it for the entire
That's
time.
What it was.
Or he was bending over to the tub.
Yeah.
You know how you do.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
sure that's what it was.
I'm dead. Mm-mm. 8:21 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boner candidates. Here we go. 3 news stories. They are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day, facing off against the winner of round 1 that we did an hour ago. We'll take both of those champions and put them against each other. At 9:20 this morning is when you decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. Right now, you're picking the champion for round 2. Send one of these 3 candidates forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive
the promise of a can't buy it, gotta win it Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
I want to see your fingers. Hold up your hands.
Me?
Yes, you. Okay, okay. I just want to make sure you didn't have your fingers crossed when you made that promise.
Oh. No.
Here's boner candidate number 1. You tell him, Alyssa. You tell him. Alyssa Milano. She's been more than honest, very transparent about with her social media followers about her ongoing battle with coronavirus, with COVID-19, and its frustrating side effects. So, when one troll accused her of lying about her hair loss, she stood her ground. She said, I've been losing hair because of it. Mm-hmm. The 47-year-old went on Twitter to film a video of herself brushing through her wet hair. I thought I'd just show you what COVID-19 actually does to your hair, she said. Please take this seriously. Wear a damn mask. In the 1.5-minute clip, Alyssa Milano looking fresh out of the shower in a robe, using her favorite detangler brush, she slowly brushed it through her hair, and once she was finished, she gave social media users a look at the large clump of hair that comes out of her head. In response to the video, one Twitter user accused Milano of brushing out fake hair instead of the real strands. "It's hair extensions," the person tweeted. "It wasn't real hair. I know because I have long natural hair. She was just brushing out the glue and part of the extension." To which Alyssa Milano clapped back, "You. I don't have hair extensions. Be a human being." You tell him, Alyssa. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. We're going to kick that bee out of Congress. A Republican candidate who has expressed support for the far-right conspiracy theory QAnon and been criticized for a series of racist comments has won the Republican nomination for Georgia's 14th congressional runoff for the open seat on Tuesday in the deep red district in northwest Georgia. During her victory speech, which was shared on Facebook, this candidate, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who beat neurosurgeon John Cowan in a primary runoff for the open seat, is heard calling Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi a bitch. "I just want to say to Nancy Pelosi, she's a hypocrite, she's anti-American, and we're going to kick that bitch out of Congress," she said. Her remarks were met with loud cheers.
How are you in Georgia going to kick Nancy Pelosi out of Congress?
Once Marjorie, what's her name, Marjorie Taylor Greene, once she gets to Congress, she's going to team up with the others, and they're going to get rid of Nancy Pelosi. Her remarks were met with loud cheers from her audience before she took aim at Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and we're not ever going to allow AOC's Green New Deal to be passed and destroy our economy, and we're going to kick that bitch out of Congress too, she said. My guess is...
So a neurosurgeon lost to her. You had your choice between a neurosurgeon or that, and you picked that.
I will remind you that Ben Carson is also a neurosurgeon, Gina, so let's not use that comparison, okay?
Okay.
But my guess is that when Marjorie Taylor Greene, if she gets up against Nancy Pelosi will chew her up and spit her out. So boner candidate number 2. We're going to kick that bee out of Congress. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, I shouldn't have nominated it. It's really going to be the unbeatable candidate. Number 3 will be the unbeatable candidate. I guess he couldn't resist.
All right, your round 2 candidate number 3 coming up after this big boy news and opinioendo, brought to you by...
It's Wing Wednesday at Diversion Eatery. Get 5 wings for $3.75 with your choice of buffalo, barbecue, garlic, jalapeno, or chili sriracha, located at 535 North 3rd West. See the menu at diversioneatery.com.
22-year-old Bindi Irwin, the daughter of late conservationist and television personality and animal annoyer Steve Irwin, has announced that she's expecting her first child. Nearly 5 months after her wedding to Chandler Powell. A crock in the oven? No, I think she's married to a human.
No, I'm very excited to be a father.
So she's married to Wally Gator. Is that what you're?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm looking here, and it looks like, well, this guy kind of looks like a tool of some sort, but I don't think he's Wally Gator. I don't know what he does, Chandler Powell, but no, it's lovely. She's a lovely young woman, and congratulations to Bindi Irwin and Chandler Powell. Congratulations. Let's see. So Russia, they've approved coronavirus vaccine, and they're starting to pass it out. They're starting to vaccinate people. The first country in the world to approve a vaccine for coronavirus. President Vladimir Putin announced yesterday, though global health authorities say the vaccine has yet to complete critical late-stage clinical trials to determine its safety and effectiveness. Putin, though, said that the vaccine, it works effectively enough. Whatever that means.
Okay.
Yeah, he's effective enough. I'm telling you, it's going to be fine vaccine.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Yes, you are dead. Yes, you are dead. Did you die of coronavirus? No. Died of injection. Very different.
We will all be cured of coronavirus. You will be laughing out your Yankee asses. That's what I say. It's probably nonsense, but they're starting to vaccinate people. Yesterday we had a boner candidate about some people who were objecting to a sign in a neighborhood, Black Lives Matter sign, and they had written a note to their neighbors: "You're driving our property values down. Please take down your sign." Well, it's happened here, here in Daybreak. Somebody
yes, I saw
sent
this.
me somebody sent me a picture of the homeowners association in Daybreak. They sent a friendly reminder, it says, and it's an official sign that the homeowners association has. "Hi, neighbor, friendly reminder. We appreciate your desire to place temporary signs in your yard, but remember that according to Daybreak governing documents, certain restrictions exist. Please adjust or remove your sign because," and then there are boxes. You could check one of the boxes, and then there's, so it's it's bigger than it should be, or it's in the wrong location, and then there's one that's blank and it just says other, and the homeowners association will write in what the infraction is. So in that space it says, it's marked with an X, and it says BLM sign, Black Lives Matter sign.
Now there's an update to this in the Tribune this morning.
Oh?
Where the head of the homeowners association has apologized and said, "We have some over-enthusiastic members of our homeowners association that have overstepped their bounds, and we apologize, and of course you may have your Black Lives Matter sign." Because I guess there were 8 of them. 8 people in Daybreak had Black Lives Matter signs that all got these same notices. And so that's the not that I'm always looking on the upside, but there's the upside of that story.
No, that's excellent. I'm glad that I'm glad you saw that, and I'm glad that that's the way they responded. I like the cheeriness of the homeowners association sign, though, from Daybreak, because at the bottom of the sign it says, "Thank you in advance for helping keep our neighborhood looking great." So,
signed Karen.
Yeah, signed Karen. Authorities have released audio of a phone call between cult mom Lori Vallow and her husband Chad Daybell hours before the bodies of her 2 missing children were found on his property in Idaho. Lori made the call just after 11 on June 9 from the Madison County Jail, where she's been locked up for over 5 months on charges related to the disappearance of her kids. Chad informs Lori that police had arrived at his home in Salem and were searching the backyard area, adding, "We'll see what transpires." Well, I think he knew what was going to transpire. The couple spoke slowly and cautiously as if they were nervous about what would be uncovered during the search. Lori offers to pray for Chad before they exchange "I love yous" and promise to speak again soon, though he suggests that he may not be able to pick up if she calls him later in the day. Within minutes of that phone call, authorities announced that they had uncovered human remains from Chad's backyard, and they were later confirmed to be the kids. Chad was taken into custody about 11:30 after police said he watched the search unfold from a driveway across the street and then drove off as the remains were uncovered. On Tuesday, he celebrated his 52nd birthday behind bars in the Fremont County Jail. And that audio is available. You've probably listened to it, haven't you, Gina?
Yes, it's disgusting.
So, let's see. How much time do we have?
One more quick story.
Does that include the delay?
Well.
Yeah. It's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Donald Trump was once a Kamala Harris donor. His campaign, of course, didn't waste any time criticizing Joe Biden's choice of Kamala Harris as the vice president. Kamala Harris as the vice presidential running mate, calling her phony and part of a radical mob. But it wasn't that long ago that Donald Trump was one of her donors. Trump donated a total of $6,000 to Kamala Harris's campaign for California Attorney General. He gave her money in 2011 and again in 2013. Ivanka Trump donated to her Attorney General campaign, too, $2,000 in 2014. She didn't make that donation until 2015, a year after she'd won re-election as Attorney General and was turning her attention toward a Senate bid. But now, things are different, and Donald Trump says that Kamala Harris is a nasty woman. Nasty.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Harriman High School is just 2 days out from what is arguably the biggest football game the school has ever seen. On Thursday, they'll take on Davis High School in the first football game in the country since the pandemic began. Quote, "A little anxiety on my part. The eyes of the nation sounds like they're going to be on Harriman High School," said school principal Todd Kornberg. Brock Hollingsworth, a senior on the football team, said he and his teammates are ready to get back on the field. It will be different but worth it. The stadium will only be at 25% capacity. A limited number of tickets to the game must be purchased online ahead of time. When fans arrive, they will enter 2 separate entrances, one for the home team, one for the visitors. Fans will be escorted to their assigned sections by ushers. The assigned seating allows the school to contact trace if someone in the stands later tests positive for the virus. The health department will be calling us to let us know if someone has tested positive, and we're prepared to call people who are sitting in that section. When buying a ticket, fans have to sign a statement agreeing to wear face covering and social distancing. But the first football game, not just in the state, but in the nation. And that'll be the only football you're getting in Utah this year, because Pac-12 officially announced yesterday that they will not be holding games this fall. They are hopeful that they can have a college football season in the spring. Weather, you like mid-90s? Good for you, because that's all you're getting for the next several days. If you don't like it, well, tough, because that's all you're getting for the next several days. 97 for a high today. Traffic has been very light this morning and not a lot of accidents or things to tell you about. And I just refreshed the UDOT website, and I will continue to tell you that things look pretty good. If you do see something, though, you can text it to us, 33986. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I guess he couldn't resist. Elizabeth Baggett died in her home in Los Angeles last October. It's unclear how she died, but Officer David Rojas was among the cops who responded to her apartment. And when his partner left the room, Officer Rojas turned off his body cam. He was unaware that the device continued to record for about 2 minutes after being switched off, and according to prosecutors, he decided he would fondle the deceased woman's breasts. It's still unclear what prompted his bosses to check his body cam footage, but they did. He was fired. He pleaded not guilty to sexual contact with human remains. He pleaded not guilty to sexual contact with human remains without authority.
Huh?
No, without authority. He's now being sued by the family of the woman. And I don't know what. Anyway, boner candidate number 3, I guess he couldn't resist.
All right, there you go. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
You Tell 'Em Alyssa is number 1. Alyssa Milano slamming Twitter user for accusing her of lying about hair loss during COVID-19. Number 2, we're going to kick that bee out of Congress. A Republican candidate who is a QAnon follower and has a history of racist comments, winning a Georgia runoff and calling Nancy Pelosi anti-American, and we're going to kick her out of Congress. And boner candidate number 3, I guess he couldn't resist.
Okay, it's time to vote. This is round 2 of your boners. You've got to decide, of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of our winners, one from each round, and put them both against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you decide boner of the day, so be ready to vote there. Right now, pick a champion for round 2 to send forward to boner fights. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit, that number is all we need, in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696 and tell them, or vote online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, August 12, 2020, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do so. It's round 2. And now a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force.
Listen, there are a lot of things to be aware of, obviously, during the pandemic. How about this one? Parents, you have choices when it comes to back to school. You can keep choices to keep your kids healthy. All K through 12 schools will have the ability to reopen this fall with an added safety measure that masks will be mandatory for students and staff on buses and in classrooms. And just like all other public settings, masks will not be required where physical distance of 6 feet or more can be maintained between individuals. So out on the playground, if the kids will stay separated, you don't have to wear a mask. But school districts have shared individual plans with possible options for both in-person, and there are options for online learning as well. Parents will make personal choices from the options available in their school districts. You can find out more by going to coronavirus.utah.gov.
When Carrie Bill...
So I saw this story too this morning, and did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound? Is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's on being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC, and you've got the audio.
I've got the audio, so we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
yeah.
So who farted on the? Now, they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to.
The hearer's
is the bearer.
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelled it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because
Well,
he's
that's why
sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Oh, what was that?" Huh?
Although, wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
Well, we don't know if it was
ventilator.
whether it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's
side?
mic on as well.
Oh.
So
Well,
what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that
Cheat,
pause.
pause.
That
and
pause
elect-
is
that tells me he knows it's coming.
the pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up?
So
Like he he tried to one cheek sneak?
A one cheek sneak while he's standing up.
Because you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed and
well, yeah,
all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible.
Wasn't me. Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking somebody is stinking this car up, and you don't want to say anything because
you'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind
How
of
can you
raggedy.
tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full
it's
throated.
not-
It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh.
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All
are
right.
listening to the show. You're smarter than
Thank
we
you
are.
very much.
Very good.
It's 8:47, things that must go next. Let's quickly award Boner Round 2.
And it's brought to you in part by Utah Corn on the Cob.
And feeling like a drink? Check out the Park City Cocktail Contest. Through August, Park City's best mixologists will feature a plethora of delicious mixed drinks. You must be at least 21 to participate. Learn more at parkcityrestaurants.com.
I'm always interested in the 12 people who decided they would vote for Alyssa Milano, the Boner candidate featuring Alyssa Milano. And I'm kind of puzzled by the 44 people who thought that, any other time, the Boner candidate number 2, the conservative QAnon congresswoman in Georgia,
yeah,
that's a pretty good candidate. 44 people. But how do you beat? I guess he couldn't resist fondling a dead woman, the police officer who fondled a dead woman. I just don't know. Yeah, that wins Boner's round 2.
That's your winner of round 2. It goes forward now. Might be Boner of the day. We're going to take both of our winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you will vote. That's when Boner fight happens, and that's when you decide Boner of the day. Things that must go now, brought to you by.
During the month of August, Scott Hale is offering a $39 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Things that must go on the radio from Hale Show.
These are things that are upsetting you. You just can't deal with it anymore. You say to yourself, one more day. One more instance of this, and I'm gonna I'll jump off of a cliff or something. I can't stand it. These are things that must go. And so you say, I know what I'll do. I'll send an email to X96's Radio from Hell show, and if they read it on the radio, maybe these things will leave my life. And at the very least, these things it'll make me feel better about it. They are things that must go. You send your must goes to radio4mhell@x96.com. I'll begin today. I have just a couple of my own really quickly. A thing from my life that must go is, when you have maybe just a little tiny bit of dry skin somewhere on your nose or just your cheek, or maybe a little fine hair that you haven't plucked out of your, and you all of a sudden you catch sight of it in your vision. You know what I mean? So like
you can't get rid of it.
Yeah, you're reading something and all of a sudden your eyes hyper focus on a little tiny, and you don't know where it is exactly.
I hate that.
What the hell is that? Yeah, and you can't find it, and you can't get rid of it. That's got to go. And then the other thing that must go is when you go to the grocery store, and then on accident you pick up the 93% lean ground beef instead of the 85% ground beef. That's just ruins your day. It ruins your day. This one is from my name is Marty. Go ahead and use my name. My must go are those damn bicycle riders that are everywhere. Now, I don't inherently have a problem with people out riding bikes and getting exercise and whatever. But my problem is how they ride around in traffic like they're a car. But they don't obey any of the traffic laws, and they never keep up with the traffic, and they're slow and inconsiderate. I drive a very large semi, and these chumps are always in my way. And it makes it very difficult for me to get around them or to do my job because they're slow. And they stay in the middle of the lane, so I can't get around them. If you are a bicycle rider, then you need to act like a human that can easily get hurt by actual vehicles and stay out of traffic. Thank you very much. Good morning, Lords of Morning Radio. You can use my name. First thing that must go, people, my wife, daughter, mother-in-law, who apparently share the same genetic disability, the inability to put lids on the back on the products that they use. I don't know how many times I've picked up a bottle of ranch dressing out of the refrigerator or that jar of peanut butter from the cupboard, and the lid comes off in my hand. I have pretty good reflexes, and I can usually catch the falling bottle before it makes a mess, but not every time. Now I know what you're thinking. Don't pick up the bottle by the lid. A valid argument, for sure. But I try to remember, but I don't always think about it until it's too late. Silly me! Thinking that the lid should have been replaced appropriately after its previous usage. Second thing is, people who don't fully remove the safety seals that come on food packages. The plastic seal under the lids of peanut butter or cottage cheese, etc. Upon opening the product, take off the safety seal, throw it away so somebody else doesn't have to do it. And third, getting laundry detergent into the detergent catcher in our washing machine. I don't know exactly how this can happen because it's never happened to me, but I often find a splatter or dribble of detergent that flows down the front of the washing machine under the detergent catcher into a pool on the floor beneath it. It appears to me that none of the intended detergent actually even made it into the machine at all. Additional must-goes with honorable mention: Trump, COVID-19, racism, discrimination, social inequality, climate change, religious fanaticism. Anyway, thank you for letting me listen. Longtime friend of the program. Terry?
All right. Let's see. I have one for my wife, but I'm going to save it because I don't know if it's a must-go. It's an add-on, so I'm going to save that one. But these are from listeners here. This one from Please Don't Use My Name. This really, really needs to go. The air conditioning in my office building going out during the hottest part of the summer every damn year.
We have that too.
They must work on our floor.
Yeah.
Also needing to go, our agency director and assistant director still thinking COVID-19 is a hoax designed to bring down Trump. Complaining about having to wear a mask and insisting that if you aren't physically in the office, you obviously aren't doing any work. Ugh. Let's see. I still have an alarm clock and don't use my phone. But things that must go. Now, in order to do this must go, I have to say the thing that they want to go, just so you know. So turn off all of your smart devices for a few seconds while I read this must go. What must go? Carrie saying a few minutes ago, "Hey Google, play something from Spotify," making my Google Home try to start playing something from Spotify. Also must go, the X96 announcer making the same thing happening by saying, "Play X96," meaning that I suddenly have X96 playing twice on my smart speaker. And I know that Carrie didn't do this intentionally. It's just something that happens in this day and age, but I do wish that it would go. And finally, this one from Roman, my thing that must go. It's going to sound repetitive, but this year, 2020, must go. Actually, the past 3. With Trump, the air has been thick and troubling, especially now with the pandemic. It has forced me to up my meds an almost dangerous level just to get through the day. I don't think a lot of people are talking about the repercussions of the constant stress this has thrown on people who are considered expendable. Essential. Especially this with severe depression, trying to keep up a brave front. Sorry for bitching. Thank you, Roman. Gina?
I'll do these quickly. Greetings, sons and daughter of the soil. Recently, I realized my 10-year anniversary at the hospital I've been working at for 10 years and got a special recognition gift. I got a pair of movie tickets. I don't even know if theaters are open, and regardless, I'm not interested in going and sitting in a big COVID box watching a movie with other people. I already reluctantly show up at the COVID Palace, the hospital, to work my shifts. Of all the employers, why would I be getting movie tickets at this time? Sincerely, John. And finally this, dear lords and ladies of radio, things that must go are people who post crazy stuff on Facebook. No one cares that you did your Google research. Masks don't make it harder to breathe. And another thing that must go, the bulk bin open food containers. Some of us are allergic to coconut. And no one is polite enough to not mix everything up in those containers. For some reason, it's the only place you can buy nuts. Not to mention the little kids who think it's confetti, and they throw the coconut everywhere. It's the one thing I pray does not go back to normal. The bulk food bins.
Okay.
That's a problem.
Carrie, obviously you aren't allergic to coconut.
Obviously.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
8:57 traffic, Gina, please.
Overall, a very quiet commute along the Wasatch Front this morning. Couple minor crashes earlier, but right now we are accident-free. Everything is flowing. We have flowage. Enjoy. That's traffic.
Thank you very much. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Boner fight coming up to determine who is boner of the day. Stand by for that. Speaking of flowage, ShamrockPlumbing.net.
Yeah, it is important.
Flowage is important with your sinks, your toilets, and all those smaller jobs, but they can also handle bigger jobs too.
Yeah, well, if you got the roots in your sewer system.
Every year about this time. This is about the time of year I have them come out and clean out the pipes that go to the street because I have big trees in my yard.
Yeah, no job is too big or too small. I haven't had any root problems in my sewer system. Knock on wood. But if I did, Shamrock Plumbing is who I would call, and I'd like to see how that works because I know they got one of those. They got this saw kind of thing that they can send down into the sewer system and chop up the roots in your.
And it's got a camera on it too.
Yeah, and so that it does, they don't have to dig up the pipes a lot of times. Shamrock Plumbing, certified licensed technicians, no job too big or too small. If you have a plumbing problem, call Shamrock Plumbing. They will take care of it, and they'll do it quick. 801-295-1690, or go to shamrockplumbing.net.
The school supply.
Is what we've got here. It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
And before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's? And they said, well, get a good list.
Well,
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful list.
Well, this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's
apparently.
just because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number 1, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you. You have super itchy skin. It's an early sign. It might just be dry, but if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Really?
Number 2, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes start to
Jaundice,
turn yellow, it's jaundice. And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah, you've gained a lot of weight. Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't
cirrhosis.
need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom.
What's that?
You're losing weight.
Well.
So which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
But
know.
see, that one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis or Hep C. So they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
Could be due to fatty liver disease. If your palm, I always say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Whoa!
Culprit?
Liver
Cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your
credit
memory's
here.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these symptoms are worse.
These are just being a person, all of these things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh! Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
Yeah.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things... This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's... No.
You're okay with... It's lemonade?
No, it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Because on this day.
Yeah, it's a circuitous route to get to on this day in 1958. Jürgen Demmel was born.
Who?
Now, who's that? Bill says. Well, he was a member of the band that backed up Nena on her 1984 #1 hit single, 99 Red Balloons. And we couldn't bring ourselves to play that song, so we played the Goldfinger version of 99 Red Balloons.
I would have been okay with with 99 Red Balloons if we'd done the German version.
It's better in the original German.
Luftballon. Oh.
Yes. It's like a Shakespeare. You haven't heard it correctly until it is in the original Klingon.
Must be in German.
So Luft is red? Luftballons? Because I would think Luft would be balloon.
Well, the Luftwaffe in World War II
I think Luft
would not
was
be
in
the
every-
balloon brigade, would it?
No, it'd be flying or something, or the airborne, or
Yeah, Luftwaffe was the Air Force, but it
would
wouldn't.
it'd be air balloons.
Well, maybe it is. I don't know.
I don't know German. I'm
How
gonna
about
look
7
up-
of the weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic? How about that?
You didn't warn me there was a list.
Red in German is Rot.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not Luft.
99.
No, I think
Rot.
Luft is, airborne.
Is fly, right?
Yeah, fly or airborne. Or,
Okay, all right. What about list? Is there a
In
German,
German?
for list? The Listwaffe?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
And I'm wondering if, Gina, you maybe have bought all of these or none of these things.
Okay. Oh, by the way, list in German is Die List.
Der List. Der List. And I just happened to see this instant. It's nothing 7 weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic.
Okay.
Number 1, roller skates. Have you bought any roller skates?
I have not purchased roller skates.
But you can kind of probably guess why.
It's outside, something
Yeah.
to do outside. Yeah.
Yeah, people want activity. They want to do something, and they want to do it outdoors. Number 2, you've already got one of these, Gina. So you don't. RVs, recreational vehicles.
We have had a trailer for 13 years.
Terry, are you going to get are you going to go out and get an RV?
Maybe if I live long enough to retire. I may be living in one. Who knows?
Guns. People are buying guns.
Yes, Joe bought a gun.
Another one?
We have a couple.
Oh yeah, I thought he already was going to say. I thought he already
we have
had
a couple.
one.
I've been. No, I haven't. Yeast.
Yes.
People are
Sue
buying
was on
yeast.
the hunt for yeast, wasn't she, Carrie?
Yes, for a while, but now we're able to find yeast. It was just in the early days when the COVID scramble, as I call it. Everybody was hoarding stuff, and but now we realize that the supply chains are fine, and we don't need to hoard all that stuff. Although they were out of Adam's peanut butter at the Harmons yesterday.
What?
Apparently, I know, right?
And I'm on so I buy the great big jar, of course, at Costco, the big jars of Adam's peanut butter, and I'm almost out. Bidets.
Mm-hmm.
You bought one?
Well, that was pre-COVID, but we did.
Well,
yeah.
Bill got one, too.
Yeah, I just got one recently. It's in the hall. Currently, it's in the hall. Which,
You're pooping in the hall?
Yeah, and it's really, I found it to be kind of messy, really.
I want to look into that.
It doesn't smell all that great either. We've had to just run a hose in there, and it's just not. Sweatpants.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've bought sweatpants?
Yes.
You didn't, but you've owned sweatpants before.
But I
that.
needed new sweatpants.
Why did you need new sweatpants? Were the
Because
old ones too small?
They're the only pants I'm wearing these days, so
And
I needed some more.
Scented candles.
No scented candles.
Which I would.
Really?
I would, yeah. If after months of stay-at-home orders, your home is starting to smell extra lived in,
Yeah.
you're
Well,
not the
try
only one.
cleaning it.
Or opening a window.
cover it up with-
Open a damn window or two. You don't. It's not like the coronavirus is just hovering in clouds outside of your house, just waiting to blow in. You can open the windows. It's good for you to have fresh air. But candle sales have shot up during the pandemic. So those are 7 weird. They're not all that weird. I don't know. Why would they say weirdest products?
Yeah, it's
that
not
people
weird.
are buying up?
Yeah.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Oh, well. Listwaffen. I think we've got something there. 14 after 9 right now. We got boner fight coming up to determine who is boner of the day. Also, a reasonable amount of news. All of that on the way. Stand by. Zero Res.
Well, that's one thing.
I went downstairs last night and I asked Mohammed, I'm like, what smells bad down here? And he said, I don't know. And I said, that's it. I'm calling Zero Res. We're not only having the carpets done, we're having the upholstery done on the couches. We're going to do the whole house.
So if you want to let your kid off the hook, call Zero Res. All they have to do is say, I don't know. Listen, there's all kinds of new smells and problems with cleaning in your house. The pets are making messes. The kids are making messes. Everybody's at home all the time. So Zero Res is, we're thankful for our relationship with Zero Res Carpet Cleaning. We've been working with them for a long time. They get our places clean. Zero Res will clean your carpet. They'll clean your upholstery. They'll clean your tile, and they'll do it efficiently, and they'll do it without harsh chemicals or detergents. So get your place clean today. They are continuing to offer their lowest rates, $33 per room cleaned, and then when you schedule 3 rooms, they'll add the 4th room for free. 801-2880. That's 288-9376 or ZeroResSLC.com.
Enjoying a delicious piece of German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
That's kind of weird, Travis. There's Travis the Pieman here.
Hi, everybody.
German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
We have an official pieman for the Radio from Hell show.
Gina, by the way, I brought you your pie.
Oh!
It's a pie in a box.
It's the McDonald's.
It's the pie that she will eat.
We know she'll eat that.
You're missing out.
It's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump.
You're missing out. This is delicious.
It's delicious. It really is, Travis.
And also, Gina, since I couldn't get you pie, I got you something else.
What? Well, you got me pie right there.
See, Travis has got an...
Did he?
Yeah. Travis has been making stickers.
Remain Seated podcast stickers?
Got the graphic offline, was able to kind of jury rig a setup for it. So you've got some for the computer, for the laptop, for your car, whatever you want to do.
I love it. Thank you.
Travis, is it an Etsy store?
Yeah, it's an Etsy store called Pieman Graphics, or if you search Pieman Graphics on Twitter, it now pulls up links that'll take you right where you need to go.
Gina, those stickers have beard hair in them.
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. I'm not going to eat them.
I try to pick them out, but picking out the beard hair makes it artisanal.
This pie has beard hair in it, and it's delicious. It's just delicious.
Well, my boys helped me with this one, and, the 11-year-olds.
Yeah, Travis sells stickers on his Etsy site.
That's awesome.
He's been selling Geek Show stickers.
Now, Travis, you it's Pi Day,
right?
What do you know about the mathematical symbol of pi? Anything?
It's the magical number that lets you calculate many things in geometry. The time that they actually celebrate it today, or at least the big math geeks celebrate it today, is today at 1:59 p.m. because then you get 3.14159, which are the first numbers of pi.
Wow.
I know. It's really, you can get really geeky on this.
So there's going to be math geeks at the bar at that time?
At that exact time, they'll all raise a glass and they'll be good. Woo! And and there's little math things they come up with too, where they say that, since there's 360 degrees in a circle, if you go to the 359th position of pi, there's 360 right there.
If I understood math better, apparently it is this magical thing that you can calculate all kinds of things.
It's an exact proportion that they figure is like a magic number throughout the universe. It helps things work, but we kind of adopted it too. Is instead of just being pi as in the number, it's pi as in pie. Also, pizza today is big. I think Pie Pizzeria usually does some kind of special thing, or all the other pizza chains will do something special. I don't recognize the National Pie Day that they had back in January.
Yeah,
or February.
we tried to call you out on that day, and
it's just like Valentine's Day. It's a setup day where big pastry comes out and wants to sell pie.
Big pastry.
Big pastry. I tried to co-opt it.
Exactly.
Right.
There's
Screw
only
those
two
guys.
pie holidays that I celebrate, and that is Pie Day and Pie and Beer Day on the 24th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because nothing's better than a fresh raspberry pie and a Pilsner.
Now, Travis, I know you also have you lost your job some time ago. I don't know what you weren't fired, but it was a.
Yeah. I'm no longer employed.
Yeah.
And so right now I'm looking for anything that's either integration or
what is
implementation.
what is integration?
I do a lot of software.
Okay.
And basically it's taking large groups of software pieces or hardware pieces and putting it together for a major company.
Okay.
So I do integrations, implementation, support. So
if anybody has something like that and wants an employee that can bring pie on potluck day,
exactly. Lots of pie.
That's
he's a great pie maker, and he knows how to do big software jobs. Travis, how do they get a hold of you?
They can just email me at travislynnjohnson@gmail.com.
And Raul down on the border send us in the chat room a picture of one of your Trump stickers on his computer, I think.
Yeah, I have a copy of the balloon Trump. The big balloon that they were running
big
around
fat,
England, and they brought it over to Los Angeles and into New Jersey. Yeah, I sell those on the site too.
Pie Man Graphics.
Well,
All right.
Thanks. I just devoured the pie. One slice is enough. It's very sweet, but man, it's delicious. Thank you, Travis.
No problem at all. Have a good one.
Have a good pie day.
You too.
Okay, it is 9:21. We've got Boner Fight to determine who is Boner of the Day coming up in about 7 or 8 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by...
During the month of August, Scott Hale is offering a $39 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Tragedy. He was one of a kind, an original. He will be missed. Trini Lopez, who had worldwide hit records in the early 60s by creating a unique mix of American folk, Latin, and rockabilly music, died on Tuesday at a hospital in Rancho Mirage, California, of COVID-19. He was 83. His longtime friend and collaborator, Joe Chavara, said that the cause was COVID. Mr. Lopez had two big records, huge records, If I Had a Hammer and Lemon Tree. They had both been hits as well for the folk trio Peter, Paul, and Mary several years earlier, but Trini Lopez's versions soared even higher on Billboard's Hot 100 charts. His Hammer reached number 3. Peter, Paul, and Mary's had gotten as high as number 10, and his Lemon Tree got to number 10. Theirs had peaked at number 35. Mr. Lopez's version, If I Had a Hammer, shot to number 1 in 36 countries. I never understood that song. The fruit of the poor lemon is not impossible to eat. We eat lemons all the time.
Well,
That's
just
a
alone,
stupid
though. You don't
song.
just eat a lemon. You don't just
Yeah, it's
bite
not like an
into it.
orange.
It's not impossible.
It's not
But it's
impossible,
not.
but it's not pleasant.
So he says it's impossible to eat. It's not impossible.
Listen, he has a citric acid allergy, okay?
He racked up some other top 40 hits with Kansas City, I'm Coming Home, Cindy. Not only a singer, though, he was an accomplished guitar player, and he also did a fair amount of acting. This is interesting. He was an accomplished guitar player leading the Gibson Guitar Corporation to invite him to design 2 guitars, both of which became collector's items. Decades later, star guitarists like Dave Grohl of Foo Fighters and Noel Gallagher of Oasis employed vintage versions of those instruments that he designed. It's interesting. Let's see. And when will a coronavirus vaccine be ready?
Oh, it's ready. Russia has one. They're all.
Well, that's what I
set to
hear.
go.
That's what I hear. The way Russia's employing their coronavirus vaccine is you go up to the top of a building, as we've heard. They give you a shot, and then they push you off the building. And if you survive that, you're cured. More than half a dozen drug makers around the world are conducting advanced clinical tests with tens of thousands of participants, and several of those companies are expected to know if their COVID-19 vaccines work and are safe by the end of this year. Now, this is a story from Huffington Post, and so it says these companies, they expect they will know by the end of this year if their vaccines are safe and if they are effective. The most optimistic timeline comes from AstraZeneca, which is a big reputable company, which is running a study in Britain, and it says they should be complete as early as the end of this month. Some experts are skeptical that the trials, which must study potential side effects on different types of people, can be completed that quickly. Peter Hotz, the dean of the National School of Tropical Medicine at Baylor College of Medicine in Texas, says that collecting enough data to prove a vaccine is safe for the world could take until mid-2021. The essential guide to taking that's a stray sentence, never mind. So anyway, but AstraZeneca, again, a reputable company, says by the end of this month, they believe they may have a pretty good idea as to whether their vaccine is safe and effective. But that's still a ways away from employing it effectively.
Yep.
Police in South Salt Lake say that a man has assaulted at least 3 women there, luring them into his car. Investigators believe that there may be other victims. Officers are investigating a report from a woman who said a man sexually assaulted her after offering to give her a ride. They found 2 similar reports that a woman filed in November of 2016 and then again in September of 2017. They think they're seeing a pattern here. There may be more victims. Investigators have linked at least 3 cases. They're afraid that there may be more. So if you have had any kind of situation resembling that, someone trying to get you to come into his car, please contact South Salt Lake City Police. They believe there's some kind of a pattern going on here.
Yeah, just Billy Ocean. He's the only one.
Get on.
That was for Gina. It was a joke for Gina.
Out of my dreams and into my car. Yeah.
Joke for Gina. That's
a police officer in Price has been arrested on suspicion of having sex with a woman who's on probation. Well, he got to know her, you know. He was assigned to her case. He got to know her. The officer, Michael G. Jones, resigned on August 3rd, 3 days after his arrest. He's not been charged with any formal crimes, but
it's hard to tell where love is so hard to find anyway. Maybe they're good for each other.
Yeah, and you never know. He denied having sex with 2 women, but did admit to having intercourse with a third.
Oh, well, that's not.
So I don't know. I don't know if
they have
He
a
said
lot
that. Well, the
they have a lot in
intercourse
common.
happened in the police car.
Oh, well, okay. See, they have a lot in common. The law.
Yeah, I don't know.
One more quick story.
Maybe we're being too judgmental.
Could be.
Nickelback's got something going on.
What's that?
I don't know.
Well, you won't know. You won't know till Friday.
They got something going on, though. Something going on. They're going to tell you Friday.
Breaking up?
Hey, fingers
know.
crossed.
I just don't know.
It was just on their social media accounts. It says it says something along the lines of something's happening.
We got something going on.
We'll let you know Friday. Something's happening.
And it'll be something.
Yep.
And Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, the highest paid actor for 2020.
Good for him.
Highest paid.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, here we go. See what kind of a fight we have here. Number one, thankfully, he didn't get sick. This is a father who freaked out when his friend, he said so this guy's son, this father's young son, 9-year-old son, he said, yeah, you can go over to your buddy's house and have dinner with the family. It's okay. But then he found out that the family served him Indian food, lentils and curry and stuff like that. And this freaked the dad out. This is serving him this foreign spicy food. Well, at least he didn't get sick. Going up against number two, well, I guess he just, he just couldn't resist. It's a L.A. police officer who, he turned off his body cam. He was investigating a woman who had died. She's there in the home. She's dead. And his fellow officers have left the room. And he turns off his body camera and then fondles the deceased, thinking his body camera is done recording. But when you turn it off, it continues to record a little bit. And they found it, his superiors found it, fired him, and now the deceased woman is suing the L.A. Police Department. That's boner candidate number two.
There you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be boner of the day. One or two. Remember your candidate number. Put that number, that single digit is all that's required in the message of a text. And text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth in the studio back in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Once you get to x96.com, refresh your browser, because then that'll make the box that says Boner Fight August 12th, 2020. Vote there. It'll appear. You got to refresh as soon as you get there, though, to catch that. You can vote online there at x96.com. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is Boner of the Day.
And now, it's time to play the game that everyone wants to play. It's Beat Gina! Beat Gina brought to you today by Hastur Games. Hastur Games in Midvale has the best selection of board games, Magic, and Dungeons & Dragons. And Hastur also buys used games. Hastur Games on 6831 South State Street, or go to HasturGames.com. And today, one lucky contestant will win a Fat Cats gift card. Yes, but that's not all. Another contestant, no, the same contestant, will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, here's the man who can host a game show with one hand tied behind his back. He's so good, he can host two game shows at the same time. Wow. When you look in the dictionary for the words game show host, you will find his picture, and you will swoon. Wow. Here he is, the man, nay, the legend, Kerry Jacksboy Jackson.
Thank you. Johnny.
You're welcome,
Although
Terry.
I think you're just taking Wikipedia entries about Wink Martindale and using them for me, right?
Oh, no. Wink Martindale doesn't cast a shadow like you do.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
How we pick the contestants, you ask? Well, it's easy. We determine, based on the prize that they're going to give Gina, if she beats them at Scary Movie Trivia. So, line one, Gina is offering you a Greek gyro meal.
Okay.
So, I don't know whether it's prepared here or
no, there's no
if it's
specifics.
transported.
Okay.
Doesn't say. Line two is offering you Halloween cookies and wine.
Okay.
And line three is offering you Lehigh Bakery donuts.
I've never had the Lehigh Bakery donuts.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Is that what you
Johnny.
want?
Sure.
Going with Lehigh Bakery donuts with Brad. Brad is who you will be playing against today. Brad, are you there? Oh, hang on. Brad, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, good. Thank you, Brad. I was doing some work during the commercial. All right. We toss coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. That means you go first, Brad.
Are you feeling confident, Brad?
Very confident.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
These trivia questions prepared by Katie, I would think.
No.
No? Okay.
Hawk.
Hawk. Based on the Scary Movie franchise.
Okay.
Which were the parodies of the Scream movies and a whole bunch of other horror movies, and so it's based on those. So
Okay.
here we go. Brad, your question first. Multiple choice. What is the name of the high school that Cindy goes to in the first Scary Movie? Is it 1, Shadyside High School, 2, Serial K High School, 3, Dead Bodies High, or 4, B.A. Corpse High School?
I think it's A.
Shadyside? Incorrect.
Shadyside.
Gina.
B.A. Corpse.
B.A. Corpse is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina, and I don't think I'd like to go to that high school. Gina now controls the question as well.
Gina.
Yeah.
What did Cindy type on the computer to summon the police? What was her message to call the police? Was it 1, the killer's into house, 2, white woman in trouble, 3, can you bring some donuts, 4, I've fallen and I can't get up?
White woman in trouble.
Wow.
That's 2-0 for Gina, a commanding lead. But, Brad, you have a chance to climb back into the game.
Brad? What,
All right.
What is the book that Cindy is reading? Is it 1, Harry Pothead, 2, Board of the Rings, 3, The Gay Gatsby, or 4, The I'm Really Hungry Games?
The Gay Gatsby.
Incorrect, Gina.
I don't know.
You wanna
A.
A, Harry Pothead?
Yeah. Oh, that was a total guess.
Well, Gina sweeps the game.
Wow.
Brad almost didn't get a chance to say anything. And now you'll be
I guess I gotta go rewatch those movies.
Yeah.
You'll be enjoying delicious Lehigh Bakery donuts, and poor Brad will go home empty-handed.
People shouldn't expect me to do that again. That was a
That may
special-
never happen.
No.
You whipped him like a souffle.
Hang on, Brad. All right.
I'm going. Goodbye.
You're just out of here?
Yes.
You can't leave until I turn the music down.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
I'm
trying to.
It's like a Doctor Strange spell.
I'm trying to, but I can't leave.
Tell me the truth, Gina. You guessed on all of those.
Totally guessed.
I knew you didn't see those movies. I just knew it. Okay, Johnny, you're free.
Thank you.
You're released. Okay, time to award Boner of the Day.
And that's brought to you in part by a hamburger and a big, beautiful piece of Utah corn on the cob.
Nice.
Joe doesn't drink out of a straw. He says, "Gentlemen don't drink out of straws."
I don't think, because I think that's true. I don't drink out of a straw either.
And it's Wing Wednesday at Diversion Eatery. Get 5 wings for $3.75 with your choice of buffalo, barbecue, garlic jalapeno, or chili sriracha. Located at 535 North 3rd West. See the menu at diversioneatery.com.
By God, they don't call straws sissy sticks for nothing.
Really?
So I had Boner candidate number 1. Thankfully, he didn't get sick. A father freaking out because a family fed his son some Indian food.
And he liked it.
Yeah, and it was lentils and spicy. He could have gotten sick. Some people voted for that one. Going up against the almost, I would say the unassailable candidate. I guess he couldn't resist the police officer who fondled a woman after she had died. And it was caught on his body camera. He didn't realize it was still recording. His superior saw it. He was fired. Now her family is suing him and the L.A. Police Department. And yes, number 2 was the well-deserved winner of Boner of the Day.
That's your Boner of the Day for Wednesday, August 12. It is now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Let's go to the phones. We got Joseph from Mark Miller Subaru and Jenny from the Malinois Foundation on the phone.
Yeah, now, of course, Mark Miller. Oh, hi, this is Joseph and Jenny, right? We got you both there?
Yeah, hey, guys.
So now Mark Miller every year does this, supports charities in the community, and often has the Malinois Foundation been part of this every time, Joseph?
The Malinois Foundation has been our Love Vets partner for the past few years. So we've been working pretty closely with them for the past few years to help veterans get service dogs that are in need of them. Yeah.
Let's talk about just overall the Mark Miller Subarus, how they're helping these charities and what people need to do to get involved with that.
Yeah, so every year Mark Miller Subaru works closely with 6 different local charities. It's our Love Promise commitment, and they fall within different categories, different pillars, if you will. And so each of them represent different areas. So Loves the Earth, Loves Pets, and today we're chatting with the Malinois Foundation, Loves Vets. And we just work closely with them throughout the year to build awareness of their organization, to help raise funds, and just, showcase the amazing work that they're doing in our community to help make, our neighborhoods stronger.
So if people go to markmillerevents.com, there's a kind of a scavenger hunt. You answer questions, and it's really, you can do it all in just a matter of a few minutes. You can do the whole scavenger hunt, I think. And
yeah,
there's a grand prize, right?
Exactly. I don't want to scare people away thinking this is going to take like days. It's meant to be fun. It's meant to be interactive, and really just a way for people to learn about our partners. So there's 12 questions. What you do is you go to markmillerevents.com to register. You make a $10 donation, but it's a donation to one of the 6 charities that you get to choose, and then we'll match that too. And then we'll send you 12 questions that will take you online and throughout the community to find the answers. And then you submit those answers to us by the 16th, and you get entered. For every question you get right, you get an entry into our big outdoor package grand prize.
Yeah, and now let's go to Jenny, and she can tell us, please, Jenny, what the Malinois Foundation does exactly, and what the heck a Malinois is.
Oh, sure. That's like the number one question people ask. So a Malinois is a type of dog. It's a breed. It's like a level up from a German Shepherd. It's usually the dog that you see working as a police dog or a military dog. A lot of bomb dogs are Malinois. They're very protective, very high drive, very smart, and really one of the top tier dogs that our military and veterans enjoy working with because they have, in their previous experience, and many times, worked with Malinois at some point in their military career. So that's what a Malinois is. You can look it up online and learn a little bit more about it. But the reason we chose the Malinois for our mascot is because of their protection level, of their immense love that they have for their handlers. So we've been providing service dogs for veterans since 2013, and this year we had a goal to place 10 service dogs throughout the entire year with veterans, and we actually just placed our 10th service dog with our veteran, Alex, whose name was Forrest, named after the Subaru Forester. We placed him just a couple of weeks ago, so we've already met our goal. We know that the need is really high for veterans with PTSD. The suicide rate is unfortunately really high when veterans come back from combat. And we're trying to improve those numbers, just one veteran, one service dog at a time.
That's really a remarkable goal. And so you've already met your goal of 10. You'll continue to try and place dogs throughout the year. This year, do you think? How many more do you think you can place this year?
Oh, that's a fun challenge. It depends on the resources we have. We have trainers that donate their time. Each service dog costs about $10,000 for us to train and place. Sometimes we begin with them at 8 weeks. Sometimes we take veterans' dogs that they have of their own on to be their service dog. So the number can fluctuate quite a bit, but we already have enough applications to place well over 20 dogs this year.
Wow. Listen, we need to take a break here and move on, but if you go to markmillerevents.com, you can find out how you can participate in the scavenger hunt. I think you can also find out more. There'll be a link to the Malinois Foundation there, if that's the particular charity that you choose to support, and all the other charities involved. I want to thank both of you for taking some time with us, Joseph Dane from Mark Miller Subaru and Jenny Castro-Conde from the Malinois Foundation. Thank you both.
Hey.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for letting us follow up on that great boner of the day story. It's going to stay in my memory today.
Yeah, that was a great one, wasn't it?
Thanks, you guys.
Thanks, you guys. We'll see you
right.
later.
Bye.
Take
Bye.
a break, and we'll be back after these. X96.
Summer is flying by.
From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear
Okay,
these.
wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some believe. People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of them.
All right then.
Are there any,
I want you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies,
Carrie?
Studies
Say,
herbalist.
according to this midwife
and
herbalist.
A study could be, I've studied things, and that's
it takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically
said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here, the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath. Like it was totally like, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly
amazing.
be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms like Melinda Dratchell also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural. Which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
and
talking.
And they kept the
taking
cougars away, and they kept
Rachel Talley charges, midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much does she charge?
What it's worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge?
That's what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there. Okay? Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
Worries me a little bit about Kamala Harris.
We're not being negative. No, don't.
Worries me a little bit about debating Pence.
Yes.
Is that she will chew him up and spit him out. That she will shred him into little bits. That she will decimate him. That she will belittle him. She will flog him. She will make him crawl away from the debate stage whimpering like a little baby.
That's bad. Why?
How?
Think about it. Because people will feel sorry for him.
No one will feel sorry for Mike Pence.
people will say she's a dominating, ball-busting ogre of a woman who beat him when he was down. He was trying to be nice and polite, and she was ruthless.
But
and
those are attributes to powerful men, or all those things that you just said. Powerful men are called all of those things.
They're attractive when they're when a powerful man does it, but when a woman does it, I don't think so.
I think in a leader, I want a strong, decisive.
You see what I'm saying?
Leader.
I see what you're saying, but okay. To go back to my redneck mindset, all of the people that where I grew up, I wouldn't want a guy who could get beat up by a woman to be the vice president.
I'm not gonna vote for her.
No, it's that woman handled him. He's too much of a wuss. He let that woman take care of him. So I can't vote for a wuss.
I can't vote for no woman.
Hillary had this same problem.
Yeah.
Women running for office.
Yeah.
They can't be too tough, but they can't be too soft, but they can't be too pretty, but they can't be too ugly. But they're held up to some ridiculous. I don't know who the woman is that these kind of voters would look at and go, "Oh, that's the one right there."
I do. It's you, Gina. It's you. You're the one.
To people who would say this, I would just say, did you say the same thing about Jim Jordan when he goes into hearings and yells?
No.
Do you say the same thing? Because no, you don't, do you? All the other guys that Matt Gaetz, I could name them. When they go in and are strong and yell, do you say the same things? No, you don't, do you?
Here, wait. This will cheer you up, Katie. Are you ready? This will cheer us all up as we leave the show today. Go ahead, Katie.
We're having s'mores today. This is Matthew. From Sandy.
We're all
Matthew.
We're all gonna go have s'mores with Matthew. And
you had us smiling when we haven't been smiling much today. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Should we do the promo and call it a day?
Yep.
We made it through to Wednesday. There's still two more days of Radio from Hell before the weekend.
It's Thursday, and we like to challenge Gina's trivial knowledge with Beat Gina at 7 a.m.
The topic will be a very popular TV show, so you will want to play. But remember, instead of offering a prize, the local restaurants and businesses need your help. So just tell us where you plan to go.
And then, of course, Sean Means will be here at 8 a.m. with some movie reviews just for you.
And there'll be more than all that on Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
I had my Mill Creek coffee that got me through the show. Mill Creek coffee, delicious, every single drop. Mill Creek coffee.
Did we forget? Oh, we did, didn't we? Okay. I finished mine a couple hours ago.
That was the last drop of Mill Creek coffee right there at the end of the show.
It's good to the last drop, Bill?
Yeah.
Can't say that. That was another coffee slogan. Can't do it.
Okay. All right. Let's see what we got. We got all the business taken care of, everything?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right. I think we're good. Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
We're having s'mores today in Sandy.
Corey is next.